Hey, this is Pizza Dude Man Guy. Hopefully the game volume's low enough. It gets weird when I'm running HD through an older console. This is running through a Wii. Any case, today's stream is going to be a game I call Dragon Ball Alternate Universe. And it's something I've done for a long time, ever since the original Budokai. But I find Tenkaichi 3 is still the easiest to run it with. I would love if they did another game like this that just had even more characters, more characters from the original Dragon Ball, and expand on the characters from Super, so I can take this to a higher degree. But I don't know how likely it is. It seems like they've kind of moved on to different formulas. I don't know, it feels like that they just do those things in like smaller sets. They did the Budokais, and they get the Tenkaichis, and now they're kind of on to Xenoverse Fighters.
This is a serious
I don't know if they'll ever get another big thing like this. This might be the best I get. Anyways,
time to fight.
If you watched me on YouTube before, or you are following me on Twitter, I kind of explained the idea behind this, how it works. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set the CPU to fight. And it's going to be fights from the actual Dragon Ball series. And we're going to go back as far as we can. I've experimented with how far back you can really go and still make it make sense. My conclusion is to have it start with the first World Martial Arts Tournament, because there's enough characters for that. Specifically because they have Nam in there, so it's not just, you know, Goku, Goku, Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha. You actually have a little bit more leeway there. So we start with the first World Tournament saga, and we go all the way up to the Buu saga. And we ignore all the filler in movies, because that gets really confusing, especially timeline-wise. And what we do is we set the fights for how they normally are in the show, but we assume that whoever wins the battle in the game actually wins the battle. That was something that always kind of bothered me in the original Budokai, is that, like, you would, like, beat Raditz with Goku, for instance, in the first, like, battle, and it'd be like, but Goku couldn't overwhelm Raditz. It's like, what are you talking about? I just destroyed him. So I was thought, well, what if I did a thing where it's like, what if whoever actually wins? And so this is just a game I play on my own sometimes. I've recorded it once. And I've had so many different results. I had one where I kind of have to take some creative liberties to make up my own stories. I've had one where, like, basically King Piccolo won and just took over the world and just defeated every alien invader. I had one where, like, the Ginyu Force became the main heroes of the story. I had one where, like, oh gosh, what are some other good examples? I've run it a few times. It's interesting because I had one where just Frieza straight up wins everything. Sometimes Raditz and Nappa join the group. A lot of times Nam winds up becoming a main member of the group. So, like, I kind of just, I use the characters that are available. If there were more characters available from, like, the original Dragon Ball, I would implement more. But, yeah, we're just gonna go back as far as we can, set the fights, and, I might narrate a little bit, at least this first time. Hey, Colton! So let's see here. First World Martial Arts Tournament. I think for this time, I'll just explain this time rather than narrate. So first World Martial Arts Tournament, what we assume is that first round has pretty much happened. Goku's defeated Giran, Nam's defeated Ranfan, and Krillin has defeated Bacteria. That just leaves Goku's old rival, Yamcha the Desert Bandit, and the mysterious martial arts master, Jackie Chun, which is Master Roshan's second costume. It's a secret. Game audio is pretty loud? Thank you. Fighting games, especially on older consoles, tend to be pretty loud. Let's try that. This would be kind of my standard for an older fighting game. So let me know how that sounds. Alright, and then I like to change the song to random. Actually, when I was younger and I did this on Tenkaichi 2, I used to manually pick a fitting song every single time. I think for recording purposes, though, that would be that. Tournaments are especially fun in this game because literally anyone can win, because if someone just flies out of the out-of-bounds area or gets rung out, you know, by a certain attack, man, you get some really weird results. All right, Yamcha versus Jackie Chun.
I've had just about enough of you. Put him up.
Shame on you, picking on a sweet old man like me.
Ready?
Of course, Jackie Chun is supposed to win this fight easy, but because they don't have like a young Yamcha character, this Yamcha is as strong as like he gets in Z. So he's a stronger character. Uh-oh, that might be the end right there. Oh, Yamcha wins.
That's a little taste of my Wolf Fang fist.
It's a little quiet. I can always adjust, so let's try that. I'd rather have it, you know, good than just settled all the time. Yamcha wins. So Roshi is immediately knocked out of the tournament. Roshi realizes, oh no, these youngsters are too much for me. I've gotten old and rusty. I need to get back to training. Meanwhile, Goku and his friends continue through the tournament. In the next round, Goku faces off against the Desert Warrior Nom. Here we go. That was a very fast fight. They said there are just certain moves like that, like throws, that just ruin the world tournament stage.
Cannot lose no matter what. Ready? Fight!
Power-wise, this should be a pretty more even fight. That's quite a start, though. Jesus. Will you fight no matter what?
Will you fight no matter what?
To make Nom look really red in this game, that might just be the capture card. The coloration on older games gets a little weird. Now that I'm looking at the game screen too, yeah, you might be right anyway. Wow, Goku's just destroying him. That's the end. But hey, we have an actual fight, not just a ring out.
Rock, scissors, paper!
Finish!
And a ring out. Sweet.
You're pretty strong. Fight me again sometime.
So now we have to kind of just the normal, you know, Nom leaves to go help this village with Roshi's help. Meanwhile, Goku advances to the finals. In the other semi-final match, Goku's training partner, Krillin, faces off against Goku's old rival, Yamcha. There's no Kid Krillin, so usually what I do is just use Outfit 2, where he doesn't have a shirt. It makes him look a little more like Kid Krillin. They said, if it was up to me, I would love to see, like they said, another version of this game that has, like, just Bandit Yamcha and Kid Krillin as their own characters. I have movesets planned out and everything, because that's what I do. Alright, who's Goku gonna fight in the finals?
You wanna try fighting against me?
Okay then, don't hold back on me.
Ready?
So I try not to do too many substitutions, but if I can't use, like, Krillin and pretend that he's Kid Krillin, I miss out on a lot of stuff in the original Dragon Ball. Unless you just assume that Krillin wins or loses all of these matches. I mean, power-wise, it would be hard to tell at this point in time if Yamcha or Krillin's stronger. Because Krillin's trained with Roshi. But Yamcha is also really strong at this point. It would have been a close fight, I think. I'm going to say Yamcha might not have been quite as powerful as Krillin, but he would have been stronger than most of the opponents Krillin could have fought, and with his level of experience, that is what I think. If Yamcha could have really fought at this point in time in Dragon Ball, he would have full out.
Okay.
It's actually pretty loud again. Okay, I'll turn it back down to normal. Why am I having an encoding overload? I'm not even using Facecam. Maybe it's just because I was adjusting the settings. Sorry if the stream lagged there for a second. I don't know why it would. In any case, this is actually being a pretty close fight. You can barely hear me? Uh-oh. Can you hear me now okay? And it's always weird because there's like a 15-second lag between like what I see and what people say. Oh man, this is anyone's fight still. Oh, this could be it. I think that's it.
No! All of that training for nothing!
Although it's a close fight, in the end, Goku's rival Yamcha prevails. The final match is the rematch that Yamcha and Goku have both been waiting for. With their last battle inconclusive, who will the winner be between these two martial artists? There's a little narration for you. Right, the original fight between Goku and Yamcha got interrupted by Bulma, so this is, in this timeline that we're making up now, the first time that Goku and Yamcha get to have a real, unhinged fight.
Oh, hey, it's Yamcha.
Against this Goku, I might actually have a chance.
I'll look into that, Ridley. So, the music level is fine if the character voices are too loud? Well.
Wow, you sure are strong.
That fight didn't even last long. And normally then I'd be like, oh, if the fight lasts a long time, then Goku, you know, turns into a gorilla because it gets so late. But that fight was just way too fast. I think that's the end. I think Yamcha wins and then cuts off Goku's tail before something can happen. Alright, so before we get back into it, let's take a look and see if we can adjust the settings. If not, I'll just turn the game's volume down and we'll live with it.
Here, adjust the audio settings. Adjust background music and sound effects volume.
Alright, so let's turn voice volume down. Let's try 6.
Adjust background music and sound effects volume. Save the settings you changed and return to the main menu.
So let's see how that works. Any case, in the end, the winner is the experienced warrior, Yamcha.
Hurry, let's do this.
So I guess Roshi still gets his wish. You know, Krillin and Goku don't get swelled heads because they haven't won the tournament. Instead, Yamcha gets a swelled head. He's won the tournament. He's the martial arts champion. And he's gonna live a life of luxury with Bulma now. Meanwhile, this does change things a little bit. Instead of narrate, I'll explain. Since Goku and Krillin both lost the tournament and didn't get super far, Roshi insists that they stay on his island and train. Meaning that Goku is not going to get the opportunity to go out and collect the Dragon Balls. Which means that unless, like, Yamcha or something goes after them, the Red Ribbon Army gets to run wild for a little bit. So I have to think about how that plays out. The only real members of the Red Ribbon Army that we have are Blue, Tao, who gets hired by them if someone's strong enough to defeat Blue. Pilaf is also looking for the Dragon Ball, so we'll have to kind of deal with that. And it really just comes down to if any more forces collide. So let me think about this. Because, of course, like I said, we're going to take some creative liberties and make some shit up. I haven't had a situation like this before where Yamcha wins the tournament. And that was always my idea. If Yamcha wins the tournament, Goku can't go and search the Dragon Balls, and so they just train. So here's what I'm going to say. Red Ribbon Army gets to run wild a little bit as they collect the Dragon Balls. And since they're mostly isolated and around, no one's really stopping them. They're kind of just allowed to get the Dragon Balls. But they run into trouble. They can't find the last Dragon Ball because the last Dragon Ball is being concealed by Pilaf, right? That's what happens, is Pilaf has like a way to conceal the presence of a Dragon Ball. How come Pilaf and his goons are children at the beginning of Super? I think they make a bad wish. I think they wish on the Dragon Balls to be young again on accident, like in GT. Well, what they did with Goku. I don't know for sure. I'm not super well versed in Super. Anyways, so here's what I'm gonna say, just to keep the story going. In order to locate the final Dragon Ball, they decide to send their best soldiers, their commanders, to take on Baba's Tournament Fighter Challenge. And just as real super assurance that they'll win, they hire Mercenary Tao, who they were considering just doing for their general purposes as a backup. And, after they go through a lot of their commanders, taking out the first 3 fighters, we have General Blue versus Devilman. And there's no Baba's stage, so I just usually use Hell for the Devilman fight. So here we go. General Blue versus Devilman.
I'll show you how fearsome I am.
Show me your evil heart.
Yeah, Devilman would obviously win this fight in the real thing, but in this, we let whoever wins win. Yikes. Blue is not doing very good. I really wish, for the purpose of the Red Ribbon Army Saga, I really wish they at least had Commander Blackfoot with the battle suit. It's very restricted. They only have Blue and Tao, which, I mean, yeah, you kind of need those ones at least, but
it feels kind of nice.
Commander Black would have been good, too. Blue proves no match for the mighty Devilman, leaving the hired mercenary Tao as the Red Ribbon Army's last hope for finding the final Dragon Ball.
Be glad you'll meet your fate at the hands of Mercenary Tao.
Show me your evil heart.
Hard to tell who would win this fight. Tao might actually still be a more skilled fighter than Devilman, but Devilman's Devil Might would be very effective against Tao. Can Blue actually fly, or did they give him that ability for gameplay purposes? I can't remember if he does the actual fly in this game, or if he does kind of the fluttery, folly fly like Master Roshi and Yajirobe do. But, as far as I know, he doesn't actually fly in the series. I think in here they just explain it as, oh, he's using his psychic powers. Which, I can buy that. Obviously, if they did add more like regular Dragon Ball characters, like I would want to see, they'd have to do a few more of those creative liberties. There'd be some though, like if they added Giran from the first martial arts tournament. I mean, he can fly. He has wings. Wow, they just might not get past Devilman. Even if Tao does beat Devilman, then he's got to beat Gohan. Which would be kind of cool, actually. Classic Turtle versus Crane school battle. But I don't think Tao's going to get past Devilman.
Futile.
Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Devilman's got more energy. Oh, but Tao's winning now. No, I don't think it's going to hit. No. Tao's got to build up more energy. This is going to be close.
I'll finish you.
Oh, that's it. Tao won.
And to think, I actually get paid for this.
While Devilman's abilities prove effective against Tao, ultimately, the mercenary still overcomes the fight and makes it to the final match. Grandpa Gohan. And then, since there's no, like, you know, good Baba stage, I usually just use the Cell Games Arena. There are mods for Tenkaichi 3, so I thought that'd be cool, and, like, use that to try to get more characters and stages and stuff. Are the audio levels better now, Ridley?
Be glad you'll meet your fate at the hands of Mercenary Tao.
We're supposed to bow before a match.
Alright, it all comes down to this. Will they or will they not get the final Dragon Ball? Who's gonna get their wish granted? Commander Red or Emperor Pilaf? Neither wish really matters.
Dare to mock me? I'll finish you off.
Well, Tao has got a pretty big advantage here.
Over here.
And to think, I actually get paid for this.
Having won the tournament, the Red Ribbon Army uses Fortune Teller Baba's talents to locate the final Dragon Ball, being held by Emperor Pilaf. They send their soldiers to take him out. Alright. It's still a bit too loud, but you can hear me clearly. Alright. I think we'll deal with that.
I'll show you how fearsome I am.
So, it seems you actually plan to oppose me.
I've never had this happen before. Red Ribbon Army versus Pilaf for the Dragon Balls. I wonder what will happen. Like I said, ultimately neither of their wishes really matter, because the Red Ribbon Army, unbeknownst to them, is going to wish for Commander Red to be taller. And so then we'll just either have like a regular Red Ribbon Army saga, or we're gonna skip ahead to the tournament, but with General Blue in the tournament. And if Pilaf wins and gets his wish, he'll rule the world, which doesn't matter too much if he's ruled. I mean, the world's ruled by what is his name? King Furry. I think his name's King Furry, the dog guy. And it's just instead Pilaf will be ruling the world. And will that really make a difference? I think it'll make as much difference as King Furry ruling the world does.
Don't kill me! Combination Alpha complete!
There are certain other events that help make a difference. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-O!
Oh, it feels kinda nice.
Oh! With the commanding officer, General Blue, failing in his duties, Mercenary Tau is sent in once again to take down Pilaf.
You've used us like dogs and then you heartlessly betrayed us. I'm going to collect compensation for that now. So, come be killed again?
Wait, what? Did Tau and Pilaf fight? I don't remember that at all. Is there a connection between Tau and Pilaf that I just do not remember at all? Did that happen? I remember Pilaf having to sacrifice a Dragon Ball to Red Ribbon Army. I don't remember it being Tau. It might have been Tau. I thought it was Silver. I didn't think Tau and Pilaf had a connection at all.
That won't work.
Pilaf builds a global Dragon Raider for Tau?
That won't work.
Wow, I don't remember that at all. I'm gonna read up on this while Tau is beating the shit out of Pilaf.
That won't work. Assault! Oh, I'm combination Alpha complete. Prepare yourself.
Well,
Fools who don't know their place make me laugh.
in any case, I do transformations as second chances usually. It helps keep things mostly balanced. So after Pilaf's unable to defeat Tau, he combines with Shu and Mai. It's one more chance. I'm reading through, I can't find this thing with Tau and Pilaf at all.
So you've come to be killed again?
I found something, and then I can't find it when I read the full description. Kills Bora. And then he goes back. I don't see this thing with Pilaf. When did that happen?
Please hit.
Was it in a movie or something? Oh, yeah, it was in a movie. Okay. Okay, that makes more sense. Pilaf ruling the world would suck to the world, maybe, but Goku is so far removed from political events, it makes no difference. Yeah, pretty much. Pilaf ruling the world in the context of a lot of this is not going to matter too much, I don't think. What it does mean, probably, is... Well, actually, you know what? Okay, it does make one difference. With Pilaf ruling the world, he'll never reawaken Piccolo, and we're going to skip the Piccolo saga. This is basically what it comes down to right here. If Pilaf wins, we have no Piccolo saga. If Tao wins, then we're going to have kind of an extra, like, Red Ribbon Army trying to take over the world now that Commander Red is taller. And Goku and his friends will have to fight them. But Pilaf won!
I was wrong!
So we're going to assume now that, like, Tao and... Okay, no, I know what's going to happen. I know it's going to happen. I've got it. I got it. I know what's going to happen. So here's what happened. Like I said, I was thinking about if I'm going to narrate it or explain it. Here's what happens. We're going to assume Pilaf here has decimated the Red Ribbon Army with his machines, including Mercenary Tao. Pilaf just straight up blows up Mercenary Tao too. And then Pilaf gets the 7 Dragon Balls and wishes to be the ruler of the world. And so he becomes the ruler of the world. However, because he brags to the world about his successes, Master Shen of the Crane Hermit School learns right away how his brother died and goes after Pilaf for revenge. Not having Piccolo is really going to screw his shit. It's going to make things very different. We're probably just straight up not going to have Piccolo. Because, I mean, unlike Goku, Tien is not going to give Pilaf any quarter. If Tien beats Pilaf here, he's dead. And then there is just no Piccolo saga. Said, every time I do this, something new happens. I'm getting so much new shit here. So I think we're already at the point now that I think about it. Yeah, we're already at the point, because if Pilaf wins, he just rules the world happy. So this is just a matter of, so if Pilaf wins, we're not going to have a Tien Shinhan saga either. We're just going to have a really friendly world tournament saga, where Pilaf is the ruler of the world. There's no Tien Shinhan saga, and there's no Piccolo saga. We're basically just doing tournaments and then skipping to Z. With no Tien, or Chaozu, or Piccolo. It's just Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha. But it's very possible that Tien will win here, meaning we still do get a Tien Shinhan saga in the tournaments. But no Piccolo saga. Piccolo saga is already out no matter what. There is no Piccolo saga. King Piccolo just straight up never gets revived. So, that's it. Pilaf decimated the Red Ribbon. This is the furthest already that I've seen Pilaf get in this game. Usually what happens is whoever wins the Fortune Teller Baba saga, which is usually Goku or one of his friends, it's never been Red Ribbon Army before. Just you know, beats Pilaf and goes on their merry way. But Pilaf won. That's interesting. You know, it is cool that they make references to movies and character dialogue.
Phew, that could have gone either way.
But see, of course, Pilaf gets one more chance in his combined form. He has to, though, he'll have to defeat both Tien and Chaozu. So, this really could go either way, like Tien said. Yeah, Piccolo Saga is out. Kami is just Kami, and he gets to be Kami.
Now, come at me with all you've got.
Also, right, Goku this whole time is training with Roshi because he wasn't strong enough to, you know, perform super well in the martial arts tournament. I mean, he beat Girin and Nam and then lost against Yamcha, so he's got a lot more training to do. And so he's never going to go... Not that it really matters in the context of this. He's not going to go train with Korin, and maybe not with Kami either. In this context, it doesn't make sense because... Or not that it doesn't make sense, it doesn't matter, I mean, if he trains with Korin or Kami or not, because he's still just going to be... I mean, it's just like when you play this game regularly, and like you're playing as what they call, you know, early Goku, young Goku against Raditz, and you're able to use like Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. They don't have like a teen Goku that uses, you know, feet Kamehameha or something. Which would be pretty cool, actually. I said, I am all for them making another Tenkaichi game that just expands on the roster of this one. Because I like this game that I do.
God is down.
No Piccolo Saga. I've never had that before. I say I'm trying to rack my brain to see, is there anyone that would eventually try resurrecting King Piccolo? I can't think of any other character motivation that would do that. Like Roshi said, Shen wouldn't do it, and he's like probably the only person who would know. Pilaf only knows because he researches all the lore about Earth relating to Dragon Balls. And everyone else is an alien, so that's that! Tri-Beam!
Now to continue my training.
So we still get a Tien Shinhan saga as normal. Also, Goku still has a tail, so that could come into play in the tournament. Right? They've never had to deal with that. I mean, they just keep cutting it off and it just keeps coming back. They've never yanked it. Anyways. So as revenge for Mercenary Tao, Shen and Tien go out. They kill Pilaf. The world goes back to normal under the rule of King Furry as usual, so Pilaf's reign as Emperor of the World is incredibly short-lived. Makes his wish, and then he dies. Pilaf is just straight up dead. Yikes. Yeah, I'm just thinking about stuff now. I think I've got an idea. Okay, I think I've got an idea. In any case, they continue training for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now it's time for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Now here's the deal. The normal setup for this World Martial Arts Tournament is, right, Goku, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, Chaozu, and then Jackie Chun, Wolfman, and Panput. But what I'm gonna say, you know, I like using Nam because he's available. What I'm gonna say is that there's no need to have Wolfman in the tournament because the moon never got blown up, so he doesn't have any motivation. And we're gonna let Nam pass the preliminaries where he usually gets knocked out by Tien. We're gonna say that he's in a different block and joins the competition. Now, of course, you change up the order of it because Chaozu always fixes the numbers. And since in this timeline now, in this universe we created, Yamcha has never become part of the Turtle School, I mean, that's kind of Tien and Chaozu's motivation, or at least orders, is to take out the Turtle School members, which are Goku and Krillin, not Yamcha. So Chaozu's gonna fix it with Tien versus Goku and Chaozu versus Krillin. Meanwhile, Yamcha, Jackie Chun, Nam, and Panput are kind of randomized. So I have to kind of decide how that order is gonna play out. Let's have... Well, I guess I could just actually randomize it. I got my D&D dice on me. So let's see here. I'm gonna roll a 4-sider. We'll say Yamcha's 1, Jackie is 2, Nam is 3, and Panput is 4. Whoever fights Panput just gets a win. Okay, that's Yamcha. That's Yamcha again. And that's Jackie Chun. So, Jackie Chun's going to get a rematch against Yamcha, see if Master Roshi's training for these years is paid off and he can actually defeat Yamcha this time. The great and powerful world champion Yamcha. And then, meanwhile, Panput and Nam fight, which means Nam gets an automatic win. So I'm going to do that fight a little bit earlier so that Tien and Nam can have their fight as usual. It's just in the tournament. Potentially. It depends on if Tien can defeat Goku. So that's where we're going to... Actually, so yeah, we're going to open with Goku versus Tien. And see, they specifically don't put Tien and Chaozu right away so that they can meet each other at the finals instead. World Tournament time. The Turtle Hermit students who did well at the last tournament versus the Crane Hermit students who killed the king of the world, Pilaf, that nobody really cared for. Gohan might not receive training if Goku dies against Raditz. No, he wouldn't. Nobody's going to train Gohan in that case. Maybe Chi-Chi would, kind of like how she trained Goten, but, I mean, he's probably not going to get into any serious fights. Not unless there's an emergency and everyone else dies. Here we go. Who won the last fight? Tien. So basically, yeah, Pilaf is dead, which is weird to think about. Pilaf is dead. The world is ruled by King Furry again, and now we just have a regular tournament. But we're using Nam instead of Wolfman, and the order is changed in the tournament a little bit because since Yamcha is not a Turtle Hermit student, Tien has less interest in fighting. If that was the wrong angle, that could have been it right there.
Here goes!
Solar flare!
It's gonna be a close fight. Who's gonna win? Tien or Goku? Tien with his experience of killing Pilaf versus Goku, who's been training really hard with Master Roshi and Krillin. That's the end.
1, 2, rock, scissors, paper!
Finish!
You're pretty strong. Fight me again sometime.
And here, I mean, yeah, Shen has a thing against Roshi, but he's not, like, looking to kill Goku because Goku didn't kill Tao. So that's the fight. Goku defeats Tien. And it's embarrassing for Tien, and that's pretty much it. Meanwhile, Nom fights and defeats Panput. Hooray! Goku and Nom are going to have a rematch. Meanwhile, now it's time for Krillin versus Chaozu. Now, here's something funny. Obvious in the real thing, Krillin is supposed to win this fight. The last 2 times I've run this, though, Chaozu has won the fight. In fact, Chaozu kept winning the fights that he was a part of.
I won't let you beat me this time!
Sorry, buddy, but you don't have a choice.
Hello there, Ease332355. So what we're doing is we're watching the computer fight in Dragon Ball Z. This is a game I like to do. We're watching the computer fight in Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3, but what we're doing is we're letting whoever wins the fights affect the actual Dragon Ball story. So we're in the Tien Shinhan saga of the original Dragon Ball right now, although it's not really the Tien Shinhan saga anymore because Tien lost in the first round of the tournament. And Krillin wins! Crane Skirt Hermit School is out. Shen is very angry and is like, we're gonna leave and go train more because you boys failed. Meanwhile, Yamcha, the defending champion, because he won the first tournament in this timeline, gets a rematch against Jackie Chun, who he also fought in the first round. It was secretly really Roshi, seeing if he still got it. So yes, so far what's happened is Yamcha's become the World Tournament champion. The Red Ribbon Army and Pilaf raced to get the Dragon Balls, and in the end, Pilaf won. Goku wasn't allowed to go search because he did poorly in the tournament and had to train with Master Roshi. So, it just became Red Ribbon Army versus Pilaf for the Dragon Balls. Pilaf won, became the ruler of the world, but because the process of that included killing Tao, Shen and Tien and Chaozu went after Pilaf and killed him. So Pilaf is dead. Meanwhile, Shen enters Tien and Chaozu in the World Martial Arts Tournament as usual to fight Master Roshi's students. And Master Roshi's students have completely overwhelmed them. You know, if Yamcha wins this fight, then we just have the same setup as the first tournament. With Yamcha versus Krillin and Goku versus Nam. It's going to turn out the exact same. I mean, maybe different results, but the setup will be the same.
Show me what you can do.
Go!
Meanwhile, we are not going to have a King Piccolo saga because Pilaf is dead and cannot reawaken Piccolo, and nobody else on this planet would. Seriously, Roshi?
That's a little taste of my Wolf Fang Fist!
Although Master Roshi fights hard, Yamcha is still able to prevail by tricking Master Roshi into going out of the ring. That's what we're gonna go with. Master Roshi decides it's a good time to retire. Meanwhile, Goku gets his rematch against Nam. A rematch that Nam has been looking forward to and never got to do in the actual Dragon Ball. Oh, that training paid off. I guess it's good that we didn't have a Red Ribbon Army saga. Yamcha still has absolutely no incentive to train under Master Roshi. He's already the tournament champion. He's got, like, the biggest swell head.
I cannot lose no matter what.
I mean, yeah, so far, Yamcha is just recognized as the strongest fighter in the world. I was worried there for a second. I thought Goku was going to get wrung out. Oh, God, that was close, too. Goku's got a pretty big lead, but he's going to sink right into the out of bounds if he keeps going that way. Uh-oh! Oh, onto the stage. Oh, jeez. Man, that'd be something. Oh my god! Although Goku trained hard, it seems that Nam trained even harder over the last year, and this time prevails over Goku! What? Nam is going to the finals. Meanwhile, it's up to Krillin to win the tournament against the defending champion, Yamcha. Go. I guess the self-servings of Yamcha and Nam
Okay, then.
are better than Master Roshi's training.
Over here! Whoa!
Or maybe Krillin will prove that he was the superior student all along in this timeline.
How's this?
Krillin is doing pretty good. Like I said, on the World Tournament stage, you can never tell. Yamcha could just do a move that just brings him out.
Okay. Wolfang Fist!
Krillin doesn't have to die in this timeline? I mean, yeah, there's no tambourine to kill him.
Take this! Go!
I've never... Oh! This is gonna be good. Oh, Krillin! It's not over, but that's a pretty dang good attack. I've never had one of these where, like, the Buu saga really happened. Someone either stops Babidi or just straight up kills Majin Buu, or Majin Buu beats Evil Buu, and so it never gets absorbed into Super Buu. Wow, Krillin wins!
I won?
So it's just kind of opposite of the previous tournament. In the same way Nam has prevailed over Goku, Krillin's training has paid off and this time prevails over Yamcha. The final match begins. Krillin versus Nam. If Krillin wins, then he is just definitively the better student. If Nam wins, he becomes the champion, and neither Krillin or Goku, I mean, just Nam is just the strongest fighter. Just whatever training Nam did, man, that was the good shit.
Time to see if my training paid off.
World champion
Going
Nam.
east.
Dude, I've never had world champion Nam before. That sounds awesome. Let's do it. Actually, I might have had it once before, but it was in the first tournament, not the second tournament. Nam doesn't always get to participate in the second tournament. He got to participate this time because there was no need for Wolfman. Uh-oh. Oh, that would have been it right there. And Krillin wins.
No problem.
That means Krillin proves himself the superior successor of the Turtle Hermit fighting style and becomes the champion. What now? Like I said, there's not a lot to do now, because there's no Piccolo Saga, so we pretty much just jump ahead to the next tournament. I'm just trying to think if there's any other loose ends that have to get covered. I mean, Yajirobe just lives in the forest as a samurai. With the Red Ribbon Army defeated, Android 8 probably just, you know, does his own thing. I mean, I probably should have included Android 8 in the in the other stuff because he still would have been a member of the army technically, but I kind of forgot, so we're just going to say he's off living his peaceful life. Little hindsight there for me. Kind of forgot about that. I can't think of any other loose ends. Maybe Krillin goes out and does cool training. They just, I'm just gonna say these guys just regularly get into a pattern. You know, we'll say that since Yamcha lost against Krillin, he finally decides, oh, hey, maybe I'll join the Master Roshi training. That's gonna be the one thing, is that Yamcha decides to train with Master Roshi as well. We're going to say that, just like before, Master Roshi decides not to participate in the next tournament. He's like, okay, I've lost in the first round twice now. I'm out. Goku clearly needs more training. Krillin's the champion, but he keeps training because he's still never gotten to fight Goku, and he kind of wants to do that still. We'll say that, you know, having come so close and not gotten crushed by Tien, that maybe Nam will return. And we're going to do the whole Cyborg Tao is all cool and good. So, okay, so what does that make our lineup? I gotta write this down really quick. So, for this final tournament arc, we have Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, and then, Nam, Tien, Chaozu, and Tao, and I believe that's 7, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's the normal tournament lineup, except for Nam and Chaozu are basically taking the places of Piccolo and Kami, so we can still have Anonymous, and that's what we'll do there. However, she's not going to get to fight Goku right away, because they're still going to fix the numbers as usual with Chaozu. They got to take on the Turtle Human Surgeons, which now includes Yamcha. Tien and Chaozu want to crack at Goku and Krillin again like they did before. Meanwhile, that leaves Tao fighting Yamcha. So we have to just assume then, I guess, unfortunately, that just means that Nam beats Chi-Chi. So we'll say that Goku and Chi-Chi reconnect later. Nam gets an automatic win! Hooray! Meanwhile, Goku has to rematch Tien. We'll actually start with Yamcha versus Tao. And since he's representing the Turtle, or the Crane Hermit School now, we'll have a weird queen. Here we go. So we did a tournament, and then we jump ahead to the next tournament, because there's no Piccolo Saga. Just, they did more training, and they grew up. And now they're doing another tournament.
Okay, come on!
Witness the power of my cybernetic body.
So yes, they find, over that time period, they find that Tao survived, barely, and they made him a cyborg, and blah, 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 like normal. And now, with the help of Cyborg Tao, they will prove the superiority of the Crane Hermit School. We're gonna pretend he doesn't get disqualified for that. Bad choice. Pow has got a huge lead. Well, it's going to close up a little bit here. As I said, you can always knock someone out of bounds, but I mean, it's not going to take much to take out Yamcha at this point. Yeah, and that's it. Cyber Tao wins.
Darn! How am I supposed to keep up with that?
Next, the rematch between Goku and Tien. Goku is a fully grown adult now. We just have a story about two hostile but not deadly hostile
Let's do this!
rivaling martial
Come at
arts
me with all
schools.
you've got!
No Piccolo, no Red Ribbon Army.
Go down,
The Red Ribbon Army stuff is mostly just connected. Apparently, over the course of his training, Goku learned the Kaioken on his own. First Yamcha was champion, then Krillin was champion. Maybe finally be Goku's turn. It's gonna be weird when his brother comes back. It's like, are you at least the strongest fighter in this world? It's like, no, I'm not. Sorry. Maybe the strongest fighter in this world is Krillin.
You're not getting away with that! Solar flare! What's wrong? Try me!
Ouch. Roshi's pretty lame in this timeline. He is. I'm just assuming that, yeah, in this timeline we're just saying, oh yeah, Roshi's just past his prime.
What's wrong?
I don't know. We never had Yamcha fight Tao before, and maybe he just wasn't ready to fight a robot. At least Goku's probably still going to beat Tien. Oh!
You did pretty good.
Yep, Goku still overwhelms Tien. Nam beats Chi-Chi, and then we get the battle between Krillin and Chaozu. See, normally Chaozu's not here to fix the numbers, but in this timeline he is.
I won't let you beat me this time!
Sorry, buddy, but you don't have a choice.
See, I wish, too, for this purpose, that they would have an adult Chi-Chi that was playable, but they don't. And I don't really feel like using Kid Chi-Chi as a stand-in, because it's weird. So I just have to assume that the actual playable character wins.
Over here!
If Krillin wins this fight, then Nam gets a rematch. But Chaozu might win this fight. Oh, that was close. It's right on the edge. If Chaozu had gotten that telekinesis in, it would have been over. Oh, that's it. Krillin is one of the best throws for tournament.
No problem.
Tien and Jiaozu are still no match for Goku and Krillin. It's all up to Tao to represent the Crane Hermit School. First, he must fight Goku. Hello, Hazmat with a hat. So what we're doing is we're letting the computer fight and go through kind of the story of Dragon Ball, but we're changing the story depending on who wins or loses the fights.
You have no chance against me.
So we're in an alternate universe where Goku and Tao meet each other during the final martial arts tournament before Dragon Ball Z. And there's no Piccolo. Piccolo never got awakened in this timeline. A few things have gone screwy. Fan of my Punch-Out videos? Thank you. Man, that was the first Let's Play I ever did. It was for my favorite Wii game. I debated back then. Gosh, how many years ago was that now? Quite a few. I debated back then if I wanted to start with Punch-Out or Skyward Sword. At the time, I was really into Skyward Sword. But I decided, it's like, you know what? It's my first Let's Play. I want to do something a little bit shorter to make sure I understand how the equipment all works. And, man, that one's really stuck with people, and I'm happy about that. I'm glad a lot of people have enjoyed it.
Futile.
Personally, I look back on those videos, I tried rewatching them, and I cringe at my old style of humor. I tried way too hard to be funny. But I'm glad other people remember them fondly.
Solar flare. Yo.
This fight looks pretty close so far. Could go either way. Goku's got an advantage. Not a big one,
Solar flare.
Oh, did the Solar Flare not work? I should do another run of Punch-Out sometime, and it just have it be like, hey, I haven't played this game in years. Let's see how good I remember it.
You sure talk tough, but you could use more training.
No headbutts! That's cheating! No, I had a few good lines in there. I'm proud of that one. Let's see here. I also like the, I'm seeing pineapples, man! I love that one still. There's some ones in there. There were some good moments in there, too. There are some that I'm like, that actually was funny. With Tao defeated, the Crane Hermit School has no choice but to once again admit defeat. And then they leave. Even with Tao, they couldn't overcome Goku. Alright. That means we get our rematch of Krillin versus Nam. Returning, Goku's actually going to the finals again. Krillin, the defending champion, has to defeat Nam, who he fought for the title last time. What would be funny is if Nam won here and then Nam won the tournament, and Goku is just the only one who never actually wins the tournament. I feel like then Goku would actually keep training for the tournament.
This might be it.
Brother, villagers, lend me your strength.
Thank you so much for the follow. And for saying that I'm awesome. Thank you.
Over here.
I think he's gonna go forward. He won't ring out. Okay. Obviously, Krillin's got a huge lead right now. Oh, God. No mercy from Krillin. Yeah, Nom just didn't stand a chance.
No problem.
Well, Goku and Krillin both get what they want, hopefully, here. Goku gets to fight in the final round of the tournament again. Krillin gets to finally test his full might against Goku, which he's never really gotten to do. Never gotten to really cut loose against Goku in a serious fight. And that is what he has been training for, despite being the reigning champion. So the question here is, will Goku achieve his dream of becoming the champion, or will Krillin just become recognized as the strongest fighter in the world?
Krillin, how about we go around for old time's sake? All right, come on, Goku.
Yeah, gosh, I guess it was a few years ago now that I replayed Fable 2. Originally, I played it as a co-op with my best friend years ago when the game was new. And then one day, it just randomly came in the mail. My wife was like, "Oh yeah, I've always wanted to play Fable 2," so I ordered it. I was like, "Oh, okay." So then we both replayed Fable 2 a few years ago. It was really fun. Didn't record it. It was just on our own time. But that's a fun game. I was very excited. We'll have to see what happens. I was very excited with the trailer. Well, not with the trailer itself. With the announcement of a new Fable game. I was like, oh, we'll see how it goes. You know, it's hard to gauge anything out of it because there wasn't any gameplay. But, I mean, Fable 2 is just such a good memory for me. Oh my gosh! Goku wins!
You sure talk tough, but you could use more training.
After his years of training with Master Roshi, Goku finally prevails and becomes the winner of the tournament. And then Chi-Chi finally reveals to him who she is, and Goku decides now he's the champion, and he's met that goal to go be with Chi-Chi and kick off Dragon Ball Z like normal, just with no Piccolo. Dragon Ball Z time! Dragon Ball is over. Goku decides to have a reunion at Master Roshi's place with all his friends. And as usual, Yamcha doesn't come yet because Dee and Bulma are having an argument. But Krillin is there, and Master Roshi is there, and then an alien appears. And Goku has to fight the alien. Claims to be his brother and is like, "You were supposed to destroy this world." Nah. I'm going to make you destroy this world. Or I'll steal your kid.
How dare you defy your brother? My name is Goku, and I'm from Earth.
Yeah, no, that's always the fun thing about being a streamer. Everyone has their different, motivations. I would say for me, it's about sharing the things that I enjoy and finding people who enjoy the same things. Because there's a lot of, especially if you're growing up with, not a ton of people who wind up being interested in the same hobbies, where you feel like, oh yeah, there's probably not a lot of people who like this thing. But then when you start playing it online and, finding people that, watch or that you can converse with on, like, Twitter or any other, like, online forum or anything, you're like, oh, hey, there's actually a lot of people who like this thing. Jesus. Goku's getting Raditz no mercy. So that's what it is for me. It's about making connections and meeting people who enjoy the same things. And, hopefully, maybe find enjoyment out of the things that I'm streaming and are like, oh, I never thought about that. That's cool. That looks like a good game. This kind of thing. Like I said, I don't know how many other people have ever watched the CPU fight in a Dragon Ball fighting game while making up stories about how that changes the story. But it's something I know I do, and when I did it on YouTube a few years ago, it seemed like quite a few people liked it. So I'm glad I get to share it now. If Goku loses, will you have him go grade 8? He's never lost his tail in this timeline, so yes. But it has to be nighttime. try to network with people and possibly make good friends. Yeah,
Kaioken!
exactly.
Take this! You yourself! Death is near!
Solar flare!
Welp.
You sure talk tough, but you could use more training.
So what do we do now? See, we have to decide, is Goku going to kill Raditz or not? Is he going to finish Raditz off? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, yeah, I'm just thinking about how this play out. What would Raditz do if Goku did just straight up beat him? It was like, yo, you were just supposed to destroy this world, and I was sent to find you, and then he just gets beat up. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. After witnessing Goku's power, and even actually getting crushed by it, you know, Goku and his friends interrogate Raditz onto why he came, and, you know, Raditz tells them about the history of the Saiyans. Their planet got blown up and they work for Frieza, and eventually one day Frieza will come and destroy their planet too, because that's what Frieza does. And so Goku and his friends decide, we need to stop this Frieza guy, so why don't we collect the Dragon Balls, and which no one can stop us from doing now, and wish for Frieza to be stopped. Oh man, this is pretty wacky. And Raditz is like, wait, you could just summon a magical dragon to grant any wish, and you could just wish for Frieza to be stopped? And it's like, yeah, probably. Now, I'm trying to think of how they're going to word that wish. They can't just wish Frieza to die. Oh man, this is a tough one. I'm gonna have to think. I'm gonna have to think about this for a little bit, and I know there's a little bit of a delay. But if you've got ideas here, I mean, I feel like this is the course that it's gonna go. They beat Raditz, so Raditz is kind of just forced into, talking. He's like, well, I can't, fight. So yeah, here's the situation. There's this galactic overlord. His name's Frieza. He's killed our planet. And he's gonna kill you too. And it's like, okay, well, we have these magical wish-granting balls. We can just wish for some way to stop Frieza. Hey, thanks for coming by and chatting. It was real nice. Have fun with your stream. Alright, we gotta make something up here. They just get the Dragon Balls. They can't wish for Frieza to be dead. But they can wish for... Do we just not get a Frieza Saga? Do we even get Vegeta Saga? Did Nappa and Vegeta just not show up? Yeah, there's a lot of question marks now. Let's say they wish for... Okay. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. Can they seal Frieza away somewhere? See, I want to direct it towards a fight so it's not just boring. So here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. I've made a decision. With the help of their new ally Raditz, Goku and his friends quickly locate the Dragon Balls and make a wish to Shenron. They are not able to kill Frieza because Frieza is so powerful with the Dragon Balls. Instead, Goku wishes that he had the strength to defeat Frieza. In that moment, Goku's hair begins to glow, and Raditz is like, "Holy shit, you're a Super Saiyan! We could beat Frieza with that!" And Frieza contacts Nappa and Vegeta, and they make plans to overthrow Frieza with their new ally, Kakarot, or Goku. And they with Raditz's knowledge, and combined with Bulma's knowledge, they get Goku's old spaceship fixed up. But because it's a quicker job, it's a much more rushed thing, and it's just a one-seater, so Goku goes by himself with Raditz. But Goku's other friends like Krillin and Yamcha don't get to go. Goku is going to team up with Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta to just take on Frieza head-on. And they start by just attacking a random base where Frieza soldiers are stationed. And we'll say that because of positioning, Nappa and Vegeta got there first. So we're making up some crazy shit. We're making up some crazy shit, man. Time to kill Frieza soldiers. On planet. Where is planet? Planet. Good. You like this idea better? I did something similar in one of my personal runs I did a bit ago, where I was telling you on Twitter, Vegeta became the only Super Saiyan. It's because he realized I made up that he couldn't wish for immortality just because that would have made it boring. The Dragon's like, that's beyond my power. So instead, Vegeta's like, then I wish that I was a Super Saiyan, and so I could beat Frieza. And then that's how Vegeta became a Super Saiyan, so he just straight up wished for it. Now Goku is teaming up with Nappa and Vegeta and Raditz to just take up Frieza on a Frieza planet. Not even Namek. Namek's not getting involved. They don't know about Namek. They never met Piccolo or Kami. Nappa, if you lose to a Frieza soldier, this is just going to be a lot of fighting now, because we're going to have to do, like, yeah, Nappa, Raditz, Vegeta, and Goku fighting Frieza soldiers, Zori and Zarbon, and the Ginyu Force, and then Frieza himself. So this is just going to be a lot of fighting to see if the Four Saiyans beat all the Frieza soldiers. Man, right now Nappa is just sucking. Usually Nappa can clear out some enemies on his own because of his high health, right? And apparently Nappa can't even beat a regular Frieza soldier on his own. They're gonna need Vegeta's help. I've got an idea for how to make it a little more interesting. Nah, never mind. That would make sense. Oh my god, Nappa. Well, gosh, Goku and his friends are just gonna die right here, and I guess Nappa can't pick up the slack. This was supposed to be like the easy choke fight, Nappa. Jesus Christ. No wonder Vegeta killed you.
Darn it! Beat by a low-life scum!
Yeah, you were beat by a low-life scum. How did you do that? Vegeta is very disappointed. Vegeta's like, well, I guess I gotta fight now. They can have random Frieza soldiers, but they can't have adult Chi-Chi, right?
So, this is where you've chosen for your final resting place.
Poor fools, huh? Prepare to die.
Egg Bear. Dude, what if Vegeta loses to the Frieza soldier? And Raditz and Goku are gonna have to kill everything.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, actually, I think I am gonna use one of the other plans I had. Just to make things a little more interesting.
Here goes! Take this! Take this! Here goes!
Can't you see me?
Can't you see me?
You should never have come here!
An Egg Bear would be a pretty cool Eggman mech. I recently came with an idea for an egg pufferfish. Oh, capitalize on Sonic's weakness to spikes in water? That's pretty cool. I like that.
What does a low-class warrior like you want with me?
I will drag you before Lord Frieza.
The Saiyans are a true warrior race! Don't underestimate us!
What are you looking at?
The Saiyans are a true warrior race! Don't underestimate us!
Yeah, I've never had a situation like this before where Goku just straight up decides, okay, Raditz, yeah, I'll go with you to team up with Vegeta, Nappa, and make a stand against Frieza. Because Goku never really got a chance to bargain with Raditz at all. Raditz is just like, you're supposed to destroy the planet and come with me. And Goku's like, no. And then Raditz just kicks their asses until he dies. Where, you know, here, instead, Goku's the one in power, because Goku beats Raditz, and Raditz is like, oh god, don't kill me, this is why I came. And Goku's like, oh, you should have just said that. Yeah, I'll help you take down this galactic overlord Frieza. Why didn't you just ask? But we don't destroy the Earth. That is my stipulation. That's the thing, is Goku needed a place of bargaining to be like, I'll help you, but we don't destroy Earth. So, because I get so many scenarios where Raditz and Nappa wind up becoming allies, I wish they had, like, just what-if Super Saiyan forms in this game. That's just for my purposes. And there goes Apul.
Ugh, get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself.
Qui. Oh, I'm just stretching my legs. There we go.
It's time we settle things once and for all.
Rivals? If that's what you think, then I've got something to show you.
Now, since Vegeta never went to Earth, canonically, this would be apparently like where Vegeta's power level would be at. Is strong enough to beat Qui, but only barely. They're like rivals, as Qui says. When he introduces himself, it's like, oh, neither of us could like overcome the other. And then he kills him super easy. Because of his fights on Earth with Goku. Meaning he shouldn't be anywhere near being able to defeat Doria and Zarbon. But Vegeta's not alone here. If he fails, Raditz and Goku fly in. And not just any Goku, but a Super Saiyan, legendary Super Saiyan Goku. Who wished to be a Super Saiyan. Not directly, just like, wish I had the power to beat Frieza. And Dragon's like, well, alright, I'll unlock Super Saiyan power for you. All the hypothetical Super Saiyan Nappas look goofy. I just imagine he gets gold goatee and eyebrows. You know, Vegeta says that Saiyans are born with, like, the hair that they have. So I wonder if that just means Nappa was just always, like, if his Saiyan family was just always bald, or if he actually did have hair and he shaved. Actually, we see the young Nappa, and he has hair. So I guess he just shaved.
Here go. Yeah. Just try. This is
Go through! Galick gun! Die!
Here goes.
Yeah!
All those blasts missed. Vegeta's got a huge
The
lead.
Saiyans are a true warrior
That's gonna be
race.
it, I think.
Don't underestimate us.
Yep. And that's the end of 3.
Ha! Simple tricks.
Who even needs Nappa? Vegeta can do it all on his own. With most of the soldiers cleared out, Frieza sends in one of his commanders, Dodoria.
been a long time, Dodoria. Vegeta. Why you?
I mean, yes, in this timeline, Vegeta should not be stronger than Ghidorah. But, we'll see what happens.
I'll destroy you. Saiyans are a true warrior race! Don't underestimate us!
Hey, you gotta hit him.
The Saiyans are a true warrior race! Don't
Is Vegeta getting his second wind? Might be a little too late.
How could this happen? I am the prince of all Saiyans!
Although Vegeta and Nappa are not able to overcome Dodoria on their own, Raditz and Goku fly in.
You'll have to work hard to beat me.
You won't last 10 seconds against me!
Man, if Dodoria wins anyway...
Kill you!
You asked for it. Over here.
He flew right into it!
If you don't give up your evil ways, I'll be here to stop you.
Vegeta only gets a moment to behold the power of the Super Saiyan crushing Dodoria when he realizes that most of Frieza's men are on the retreat. What happens is, you know, like how on Earth, where, you know, it turned out, you know, Frieza could track what the Saiyans were, you know, saying and planning through their scouters. Frieza learns about the existence of Dragon Balls, but he only learns of their existence on Earth and dispatches the Ginyu Force to Earth while he kind of hangs around here to see, you know, how the fight against the Saiyans goes and to, you know, stop them. Meanwhile, the Ginyu Force is headed to Earth to collect the Dragon Balls and wish for Frieza's immortality. The Saiyans band together and lead an assault on Frieza, while Goku hopes that his friends back at home can take care of the Ginyu Force. And that way we get some more fights that are in different locales and stuff. What should we start with? Ginyus on Earth or Saiyans here? Let's do Saiyans here. As they approach Frieza's ship, they are stopped by Frieza's other commanders, Zarbon. Zarbon.
Time to put you in your place.
You intend to fight me?
Ready? Fight! Over here!
See, Raditz might be able to get Zarbon. He's much stronger now since he lost that fight with Goku and Liv. Because Saiyans get stronger every time they like lose a fight, right? So Raditz has gotten much more powerful.
Now you...
Now you're through!
I'll kill you quickly. Go to them.
There you are.
Well, his ultimate attack hit a little bit.
Take this. Take that. Behind you. Give you a
Yeah, pile driving in outer space doesn't work out so well, Zarbon. That was close.
Nothing to write home about.
Yeah, the Saiyans got a lot of trials to go through. They have second phase Zarbon, and then all the phases of Frieza. So let's see here. How many battles is that they have to win? Like 6 between the 4 of them. Which is doable. It's going to be a trial, though.
You're going to die, fool.
I'll kill you.
I mean, it's also possible that this could just be Raditz defeats everything. It feels like we've had actual progression with Raditz. I don't know. It felt like a kind of a build-up. Like, oh, I'm Goku's brother. And then, man, he has such an insignificant impact on the story at all. So I kind of like doing these what-if scenarios, with Raditz having any kind of bigger presence. In one of the last ones I had, Raditz wound up actually like teaming up with Piccolo and conspiring with Piccolo, and then like through the whole thing it was just like Raditz and Piccolo were a thing. They were like best friends. It was like, Hercule and Boo, or Tien and Chaozu. You had Raditz and Piccolo.
How could I get beat by this lowlife?
Alright, Nappa, you get another chance now after doing very miserably against the Frieza soldier. In fact, just for that, I'm going to say you lost your armor. So hopefully the combined might of Raditz and Nappa is able to defeat Zarbon, and then the combined might of Vegeta and Super Goku is enough to defeat Frieza. We will see. I might have stacked the odds a little too much against them.
Boredom. Death is the only thing in store for those who see this form.
But Nappa's actually pretty tough in this game because they give him an extra health bar. I was shocked that Frieza soldier defeated him. A lot of times when I run this scenario, because the computer's just on very hard no matter what, usually when I run the scenario, Nappa does very well because of that extra health bar. But see, it would make sense now for Nappa and Vegeta to both be stronger because they fought all those Frieza soldiers and lived, thanks to Goku. Zarbon's catching up. Nappa is going to be the new Raditz. Zarbon's throw just does not work on this stage. Man, Nappa had such a good start. What happened? Maybe that's why they give him that extra health bar. So usually it doesn't matter. Usually Nappa does pretty good when I run these things. He's just not this time. He's out. No. Alright, he got that hit in. That throw won't do anything. Yes, Axion, that's exactly what I'm doing. This is a game I like to do with Dragon Ball Tenkaichi 3 where I just let the computers fight and run through the basic story of Dragon Ball. I mean, it's already changed a lot, but change the scenario depending on who wins and loses the fights. So far, Goku is the World Martial Arts Champion as usual. However, because of other events, King Piccolo was never awakened, and so Piccolo never existed. There was never a Piccolo saga. Raditz came to Earth, Goku beat him. Raditz explained the situation about how, you know, it's like, fool, Frieza will come kill you, you know, and Goku's like, oh, well, I'll just help you beat Frieza. And so now Goku is teamed up with Raditz and is a Super Saiyan already because of a wish with Shenron to have the power to defeat Frieza. And Goku and Raditz go meet up with Nappa and Vegeta as they conspire to take down Frieza. However, while they're fighting Frieza, the Ginyu Force has been dispatched to Earth to get the Dragon Balls to wish for Frieza's immortality. And the rest of the fighters on Earth are going to have to fight the Ginyu Force. However, right now, Nappa has not won a single fight, and it is up to Vegeta to defeat Zarbon so that Goku could fight Frieza. Oh man, I see why Vegeta killed Nappa. Yeah, apparently Nappa just sucked. He lost to a Frieza soldier, and then he lost to Zarbon.
I am a Saiyan, a warrior elite, and the last face you'll ever see. Please, you may have raised your power level, but you're still no match for my transformed state.
Oh no. Man, if Goku gets no help from Vegeta, he's gonna have to defeat Zarbon and all 5 states of Frieza by himself. It sounds better than GT and maybe Super. I'm catching up on Super. I know a lot of details about Super, but I've never really worked through it. And I know it's still going, too. And I did watch all of GT when that came out when I was younger. I don't include GT or movies when I'm running this scenario. I end with the Majin Buu saga, if it happens. Sometimes because of the scenario, it just doesn't happen. Okay, it looks like Vegeta's pulling his weight so far.
What are you looking at? You're through! Die!
Unless something goes really wrong, it really looks like Vegeta's gonna smack down Zarbon.
Forget it, it's useless!
Yeah, Zarbon's pulling out the stops.
Here goes!
There we go.
Ugh, get out of here and stop embarrassing yourself.
That's the end of Zarbon. Vegeta got pretty hurt though, so we're gonna say Vegeta's still in, but he needs a little. Actually, we'll send in Vegeta now. Nah, yeah, Vegeta needs a little time to recuperate. Goku is meanwhile taking the fight to Frieza. Frieza, Frieza, Frieza. There's Frieza. Do 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 do. I dropped my controller. All right, there we go.
Now I'm mad, Frieza!
How can you still have that kind of power? Don't tell me you're a...
This is our first encounter, Frieza. This dialogue doesn't make sense. Oh, God. Uh-oh.
Two legs.
Frieza caught up with that move. Yeah, I don't know, Ridley. I kind of wish, especially for my own scenario here, that they would just give everybody the same health. Because the way they do it is, it's like, most characters have 3 bars of health. And then I believe it's just Nappa and who else? Nappa, Recoome, and Giant characters have 4 bars of health. Maybe some fusions do too. And then all of the like Dragon Ball characters, the non-Z characters, have 2 bars of health, as well as Videl and Hercule and Chaozu and Master Roshi, but not Yajirobe. Yajirobe has 3. So I think they should just give everyone 3. While Goku was able to defeat Frieza, Frieza claims that he can beat Goku in his transformed state, but Vegeta wants a crack at it first. To prove that he is still strong. He's jealous that Goku is, like, able to beat Frieza and is like, well, I could probably do it too. You might be a Super Saiyan, but I'm the Prince of the Saiyans, and I've been training my life for this. Yamcha has half a bar health. In this timeline that we made up here today, Yamcha was actually the first champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Then he was the runner-up, and then he lost in the first round. So he got progressively... I think big-headed is what we decided. Is just like he won the first tournament and then would just kind of stop trying. So what we're going to do now is we're going to let Vegeta fight until he's done, and then have Goku finish it, ideally. Possibility, of course, exists that Frieza can just beat them both, and then we'll have to see where we go from there. Have you ever watched Scoob? I watched that yesterday. No, is that the movie with Blue Falcon, and it's all 3D animated? I haven't seen it. What did you think about it? I heard mixed
The
things.
Saiyans are a true warrior race. Don't underestimate us.
Because I haven't seen it. What I heard from other people that I follow was that it was fine, but that the plot with Blue Falcon, I'm trying to remember what they said. Like, either that it was, like, distracting or, like, kind of took away from the other elements of the story. Like, it felt like, they felt like it should have focused more on other things. I don't know, because I haven't seen the movie. I think they just thought, like, it didn't connect very well.
I'm going to finish you off. Goodbye, Frieza.
Vegeta proves that with his training and losses that have made him stronger, that he is strong enough to fight Frieza too. But Frieza shows that he has an even more powerful transformation. You liked Scoob, but you haven't watched other Scooby-Doo too frequently to compare to other movies?
Power of a Saiyan
Let me think. What Scooby-Doo movies have I? Well, let's see. I mean, I watched the quite a bit of episodes of the original show. I mean, just because, you know, they would run reruns of them when I was a kid. And I mean, it is what it is. It was fine to good, I thought. I thought it, you know, had a lot of really clever, random, funny moments. And, yeah, you know. And then, I'm trying to think. I remember when they relaunched with What's New Scooby-Doo. I mean, they did a lot of those other, like, classic series. Those were interesting. Like, oh, they had the one with like, the Scooby-Doo cousins. They had Scrappy-Doo. They had,
It's no use.
which the one with the Scooby-Doo cousins was weird because, like, the crew was just, like, Scooby, Daphne, and Shaggy. And it's like, my gosh, how did they get anything done without Fred or Velma? That's weird. But then, like, or they did the one where they always had the celebrity guests. I always remember the episode where they had Batman and the episode where they had Don Knotts. I remember when they relaunched with What's New Scooby-Doo.
True warrior race.
I saw the first live-action Scooby-Doo movie. That was interesting. The twist about at the end about, like, who the villain is, that was kind of funny on a meta level. And then I remember watching the first Scooby-Doo movie, the Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, where, like, they actually, like, have to, you know, face real monsters, real zombies. I thought that was really good. I actually really liked the first Scooby-Doo movie. That might be the only one I've seen. I mean, you also have the other, like, was the one in Hawaii, was that a movie? Though they gotta not fight, I'm thinking of Dragon Ball right now, because I'm still watching it, Dragon Ball, where they have to, like, figure out the mystery of the Riki-Tiki or something like that. I think that might have been a movie. There was The Witch's Ghosts. I saw that. There's been a lot of Scooby-Doo movies. But, like, I always forget, like, which ones were theatrical releases and which ones were just TV specials. Because a lot of them were just TV specials.
The Saiyans are a true warrior race. Don't underestimate us.
Oh, man. Even this farm is no match for Vegeta. I have never played a Scooby-Doo video game,
I'm going
no.
to finish you off. Goodbye, Frieza.
Frieza is pushed into his final form by Vegeta. I guess that's as much narration as I'm going to do with that one.
Kakarot won't need a turn.
Your sense of humor is as warped as ever, Vegeta.
Yeah, and Vegeta might never need Goku except for to bail him out against Doria. Oh, never mind. That was a bad hit. Yeah, I ran this. This is a game I like playing on my own, where I just make up all these scenarios. I did one 2 days ago where Frieza did just ultimately win. He wound up being the winner of everything. In the one I did for my YouTube channel, ultimately Ginyu was like the big hero of the story. What happened was King Piccolo just decimated everybody. He killed everyone on Earth, and then when Raditz came, he killed Raditz. And so then Nappa and Vegeta came to investigate, and he killed them. And so then, Frieza sent the Ginyu Force to investigate what happened to Vegeta. And finally, the Ginyu Force put down Piccolo. And then the Ginyu Force just became the heroes of Earth, and they made Earth their base. And they're just like, yeah, we're Frieza operatives that, are stationed on Earth, and they just protect Earth from all the galactic threats. And, like, Ginyu was the big hero. That one was pretty fun.
How could this happen? I am the Prince of all Saiyans!
Frieza's final form proves too much for Vegeta, and Goku steps in. We're kind of back on track. This is what we're supposed to do now, is Super Saiyan Goku versus Frieza, and then Super Saiyan Goku versus Frieza 100%. But that means Frieza gets 2 chances to beat Goku.
Now I'm mad, Frieza!
How can you still have that kind of power? Don't tell me you're a...
So the only difference is that they're on Frieza's spaceship rather than on Namek. Namek is not a part of the story at all. Namekians are not a part of the story at all. There is no Piccolo. Ouch, Goku. Well, I guess that's revenge for the Meteor Smash. I mean, yeah, if Goku beats Frieza, it's gonna be kind of on track, except for there's still no Piccolo, and then they kind of still have to deal with Vegeta, like, what's his plan now that Frieza's defeated? If they beat Frieza too, Raditz and Nappa are just part of the story. Maybe.
Give up your evil ways, Frieza. And for your sake, I hope we never meet again.
In a desperate last attempt to defeat the Saiyans, Frieza powers up to his full power. The final fight between the Saiyans and Frieza begins.
Thanks for waiting. Now you will see my full power.
Let's finish this. How do you like this?
Yeah, Goku's got this in the bag, I think. Thoughts on Crash and Spyro as series? I've barely played either, to be honest, but from what little I have played, they seem fine. And I think it's a shame that they went dormant for so long, and I'm glad they're back, and I hope more gets done with them. We already know about, Crash 4, but I hope we see more Spyro too. Although I played very little of both as a kid, I preferred Spyro as actually both a character and a game. So I hope they do new stuff with Spyro as well. Is Cut in Half Frieza playable in this? No, Mecha Frieza is, so I can bring Frieza back. Although, since Vegeta is still here and not dead, he might just finish Frieza off, because, they don't have to worry about escaping exploding planets this time.
Give up your evil ways, Frieza. And for your sake, I hope we never meet again.
So yeah, I'm gonna say, with Vegeta there still, I don't think they're gonna let Frieza live. Finally, the evil Frieza is defeated. And what I'm gonna say, I'm gonna cut the narration here. What I'm gonna say happens is Vegeta's next step is, of course, to try to reestablish the Saiyan Empire in place of Frieza. And he asks for Goku's help in that, and Goku refuses. He's like, I've got a life on Earth, I don't really want to rule an empire, and if you try to rule an empire, I'll stop you like I did Frieza. And Vegeta knows, especially right now, that he cannot defeat Goku. So he is like, well, fine, I will, retreat and find a way to overcome you and achieve my dreams. And, bids that Nappa and Raditz come with him. But Raditz refuses. He's like, you know what? I'm actually going to go to Earth and hang out with my brother and stuff like that. So Raditz leaves with Goku to Earth, and Nappa decides to stick with Vegeta. And they go their separate ways for now, as Vegeta tries to find a way to reestablish the Saiyan Empire and get stronger than Goku. But not on Earth, in space. Meanwhile, on Earth, Ginyu Force lands and starts trying to figure out where the Dragon Balls are. And they don't really have a way of locating them, so they start just kind of interrogating cities. And that's a problem. The army is not able to stop them, and so they send in a class of powerful trained assassins. Spyro has more of a personality, Crash is more or less just a dumb guy. I played Crash as a kid, but I haven't played much of either. I got the Insane Trilogy and I'm planning on getting the Reignited at some point. I still have not gotten around to getting or playing either. I've been watching other people stream them though.
You have no chance against me. Feel the power of the Ginyu Force. Guldo!
Dude, I have never had Guldo win a fight in this scenario. And he doesn't look like he's gonna win yet, but he's doing better than usual. I guess that's another... Guldo's another character that only has 2 bars. Because, you know, as Vegeta brings up, it's like, Guldo, you're actually not particularly strong. You're only on the Ginyu Force because of your time capability. Who do you think would win in a fight between Guldo and Dio? You know, it's hard to say because people will bring up, you know, with the Dragon Ball power level system, I mean, most Dragon Ball characters, like Raditz, are actually stronger than most other anime characters because of the way that they scale power in Dragon Ball.
Don't mess with me!
I think Guldo's... I mean, okay. How long can Dio even freeze time for? Is it like 4 seconds or 7 seconds or something like that? Guldo can freeze time for as long as he holds his breath, which I think might actually be longer.
There's no point in killing you.
We're basically just having the regular Ginyu battles, but with the Earthlings rather than the people on Namek. It's 10 seconds for Dio?
You have no
You probably hold your breath
chance
for longer than 10 seconds.
Feel the power of the Ginyu Force! Raccoon!
It's hard to tell because, like, if it was any other, like, Dragon Ball Z, like, energy-based fighter, I would say that they have the, you know, endurance and power to probably outdo Dio. But we know Guldo is a little bit of a weaker character. But between just the ability to shoot, you know, key energy blasts and, you know, detect things with a scouter and probably have a longer time freeze, I think Guldo actually has the advantage against Dio. I mean, yeah, Dio can, like, throw knives and drop a road roller on Guldo, but, I mean, even for a weaker Dragon Ball Z fighter, I can't imagine that's gonna hurt too much. And they're beyond the limits of normal humans. I mean, and so is Dio, but, I mean, ultimately he's still subdued by a mostly normal human. I mean, Jotaro is stronger than a regular human for sure, and he's got his stand that makes him even more powerful. Oh no. Well, that city is toast. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I think Goldo would win.
Impossible! I am Cyborg Tao!
Impossible! I'm Cyborg Tao. Yeah, he might not see Dio's attacks coming, but I don't know if Dio has the... I mean, he might have the strength to hurt Goldo. I don't know if he has the strength to kill Goldo, though. They said the knives aren't more powerful than the guns, and the guns don't even affect the regular Dragon Ball characters, let alone the Z characters. You'd have to pull out some pretty strong moves in order to actually kill Goldo still. I think. So I'm just speculating.
I'll show you what a true martial artist can do.
Now you're mine!
Full power! Raccoon's gonna be difficult for them to overcome because, like Nappa, Raccoon has 4 health bars.
Try beam!
CPU's TNs always only shoot 1 tri-beam, even though that attack is supposed to be a rapid thing. You like get to shoot as many as you press the button. But they never do that. They always just shoot 1 and they're done. The Otherworld Ginyu fights were non-canon, but awesome. It gave those characters a chance to actually show off their King Kai training. And the only other character who really gets that is Tien when he pins down Cell for a while. And none of them learn Kaioken or Spirit Bomb. I mean, you'd think Yamcha would have a bit of an affinity for learning Spirit Bomb when he already knows Spirit Ball. And, like, one of Tien's things was always being able to pick up on techniques. I mean, maybe he does. Maybe he knows the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, he just didn't have an opportunity to show it off.
What's wrong?
I wasn't strong enough. I wasn't strong enough.
Raccoon is just, as usual, a beast. It's funny because I think the implication in the show and in the manga is that Raccoon, Jason, Burter are all about the same power. But Raccoon is the one who gets to fight, and so he's the one we see the most. And so as a result, in a lot of these video games, I mean, they always make Raccoon really strong and really endurant, or in a lot of cases, the only one who's playable, right? When you look at the older Dragon Ball fighting games, like, you know, the first Budokai, or actually I think most of the Budokais, and then, you know, things, you know, before those, they only make Raccoon and Ginyu playable, and they can skip out on the rest. I tell you, whenever I run these things where it's like, oh, the Crane Hermit School is a team, Chaozu is always the one who performs the best. So, in the show, and the manga, right, once Goku arrives, he just pounds them all. Takes out Raccoon fast, takes out Burner fast, and then Jace escapes to summon Captain Ginyu. Wow, he is really pumping out his ultimate. Then, Goku defeats Ginyu while Vegeta defeats Jace. And then you have the whole Ginyu body swap stuff. So I'm not going to have these three die just yet. Because of the destruction of the city, the Turtle Hermit students also rush to the scene to help and fight. Starting with Yamcha, he probably would have been closest. And if I remember correctly, Yamcha was the one who actually defeated Raccoon in the other world.
Okay, come on! Feel the power that Ginyu Force! Raccoon! Fight!
Vegeta ultimately killed Burner, but that's just because Goku knocked him unconscious and then Vegeta jumped on his neck. Wow. I think we're just gonna have the regular Ginyu Force thing, but on Earth instead of Namek. They're all gonna lose to Raccoon, and then Goku will fly in. But because it's a bit of a longer journey this time, I'm gonna say that if they lose, they die, and if Goku wins, then he'll have to use the Dragon Balls to revive his friends. Which, in this scenario, is going to be the first time to use the Dragon Balls to revive somebody. So far, the Dragon Balls have been used for, underwear, because that just always happens in this scenario. To make Pilaf the Emperor of the World. And to make Goku strong enough to beat Frieza. Well, Yamcha's kind of picked it up. He might win. Yeah, no, Roshi is part of this. If Yamcha loses, the next in line is Krillin. If Krillin loses, the next in line is Roshi. And then, then we'll go from there. Because I already have the scenarios in my head about, what happens if the Ginyus win, what happens if, the Gokus win. This one's gonna be close. That might be it. He got... No. Okay, I thought he was getting his pose in. It's gonna be close. Uh-oh. That's it for Yamcha, I think. Okay. He's got a chance. With that false courage, though, he's not gonna be able to land attacks very easy. In a previous run, I mean, ultimately, after everyone else fell, Master Roshi was the one to defeat Majin Vegeta. So, it can happen. Oh, come on, Yamcha! Yeah! Barely.
Hey, who's the man?
Yamcha's still in, but he needs time to recuperate. We're gonna say that we're getting into, like, kind of more teeny battles now. If Commander Shepard got into Smash, what stage and victory theme would they have? So for stage... Ooh, boy, there's some good ones.
Time to see if my training paid off.
Maggot, I'll finish you quickly.
God, what's a good iconic stage? So the thing that comes to mind is Normandy, and it would be like, or like the ship, and it would be like a Star Fox thing where you're flying through Mass Effect locations on the Normandy. But I don't know. Is that overdone with the Star Fox stuff? It still sounds really cool. That's what I'm inclined to say. Is you use the Normandy and you fly to different locations and different planets and stuff. If you just had to pick one planet, that's hard to say. I like that other idea too much. I guess, you know what? No. You can go with the Citadel. That makes sense. Use the Citadel. Maybe like the Citadel Presidium. And then, for a victory theme, I mean, there's really not... There's theme in Mass Effect. I always like the idea of, if you're going to use a victory theme from that, to use the jingle that plays when you do Armax Arsenal Arena in Mass Effect 3, which is, it's kind of obscure, but I just like it. It goes like, do, 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 do. I thought that would be a good victory theme. But I'm not sure. They might just like try to make a snippet out of the main themes or this or that. I don't know. You said the Citadel too? Yeah.
No problem.
We'll let Roshi get some action in against Jace. And if Roshi loses, we'll have Krillin or Yamcha pick up the slack. Therion might be cool. Yeah, there's a lot that could be cool. I mean, I'm biased, but I would say Tuchanka. That's just because I love the Krogan.
Come and get me.
Feel the power of the Ginyu Force! Jace!
I think Roshi's already performing better than he did at any of the tournaments. Of course, it's hard when you're a non-flying character in a stage and you get long out. Of course, I guess technically in this, any character can fly, because if they wind up down here, you know, on one of these ruined stages, oh, I thought we were going to have a beam struggle. Then when you get to the bottom, they force you to fly. Oh, Roshi. If you lose, it's only going to be because you start off with less health bars. Oh! Oh, come on, Roshi! 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 No!
Finish.
Would you mind going easy on an old man?
All right. Hey, who knows? Maybe Jace will defeat Krillin and Yamcha, and they'll just lose. Shepard's side special should be a sniper rifle that's really shaky and hard to aim properly. Shepard would legitimately be a cool character because of how much you can put in. All the firearms, the tech powers, the bionics. You make like this ultimate Shepard that can do everything. It'd be really cool. That's one of those things where, like, obviously, like, I feel the same way about Master Chief, but to a different extent, where it's like, it is a series I grew up with, Mass Effect. I don't know if I grew up with it. It's one of my favorite series. Halo's a series I grew up with, while Mass Effect is just one of my favorite video game series of all time. And so, from a personal standpoint, oh yeah, I would love to see Commander Shepard and Super Smash Bros. It would be awesome, and they would have an awesome moveset, and I would love all the references, because it's a video game series that's near and dear to my heart. On the other hand, I don't actually think Commander Shepard or Mass Effect in general really matches Super Smash Bros. It's not very Nintendo-y. So while I love Mass Effect and Commander Shepard, they're nowhere near a top pick for Super Smash Bros. For me. And I feel the same way about like Halo stuff. It's just different. Like in that case, it's weird. I see Master Chief being the type of character that is more like in line with the type of characters we would see in Super Smash Bros. Just from like legacy standpoint and this and that. But there's never been a single Halo game on Nintendo, and that does bother me. From the idea of being in Super Smash Bros. You know, I feel differently about Joker and Cloud because there's a very rich, history of Final Fantasy on Nintendo, and there is, at least you have Shin Megami Tensei with its Nintendo history, even if Personas is not quite as prevalent. It is also not non-existent. There are Persona games on Nintendo consoles. Well, I thought we were just going to kind of get to mess around now, but it seems like we are actually coming down to the wire. There are other forces on Earth that can fight the Ginyu Force if the main guys lose, but they're going to be more scattered, and so they're going to have to take on the Ginyu Force, like, all by themselves. And at this point, Gohan's never been trained, so, I mean, if they fight Gohan, I don't even know if I'm going to even let Gohan fight. Let's see. Yeah! Chase! To me, Master Chief would make more sense as a Super Smash Bros. Character than Commander Shepard, from a character standpoint. But they would surprise me just from the standpoint that we've literally never seen Halo ever have a Nintendo presence. We know it's not impossible. There's no rule that's like, oh, we can't have characters from games that have never been on Nintendo consoles. But that would still surprise me. That would still surprise me. I would be happy to see Master Chief. I think he would fit Super Smash Brothers. I would just be surprised to see him. If I can get on a different tangent... This is weird. Nope. If I can get on a different tangent, I'm always a little surprised by the people who argue against Gino with the argument, specifically with the argument that it's like, why would why would Square allow Nintendo to use Geno when they would want them to use one of their bigger properties? Because for one thing, we already have Square's bigger properties in Smash Bros. We already have, like, Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. Those are the ones you really need. And people are like, well, you know, the next in line would be Lara Croft, because Tomb Raider's pretty big, and they're not wrong, but I don't think that there's some kind of, like, pecking order for these third-party companies where it's like, oh, you have to add the next biggest thing. Some people believe there is. There's a lot of people that are very adamant, oh, Devil May Cry would come next to Smash Bros. Before Phoenix Wright, and I'm more of like, I'm not sure if that's the case. It could be wishful thinking on my part, but like, I just don't think that's necessarily the case. And personally, if I got to pick a new Square Enix character just for the sake of having another Square Enix character, I would advocate for Chrono before anyone else. But like, I just don't think that's a thing. Like, because if you want to, because on the opposite side, right, you had people who made the same argument for Microsoft. You had people who were like, well, they can't add Banjo-Kazooie because Microsoft would advocate for Steve or Master Chief first. So they're not going to have Banjo-Kazooie. And of course we got Banjo-Kazooie. It was this huge Smash request. That's what people wanted from Microsoft. So of course that's what they went with. And so I kind of feel the same way about Geno. It's not really a matter of, no, Lara Croft is not deserving, no, Lara Croft is not a bigger character. But despite those things, I see way, like not even comparable, way more requests for Geno in Super Smash Bros. And I think that's a good enough reason. It was good enough for Banjo. Before Cloud got in, I always wanted Black Mage because Cloud seemed like there's no way that would happen yet. I remember advocating for Cloud at a very early time, where it was still considered a joke. But I definitely would have accepted Black Mage as an alternative, because that is also just such an iconic character to both Final Fantasy and to Nintendo. I think that would have been a very acceptable and good alternative. And even future pick, I wouldn't mind that. If there was another Tokyo Mirage Sessions game in another Nintendo series, what would you choose? Oh, I see what you're saying. Excluding Mario, Pokemon, and Zelda? I think Xenoblade. If you could add an assist trophy for Final Fantasy, Persona, Dragon Quest, Banjo-Kazooie, and Fatal Fury, who would it be? Basically, DLC assist trophies, which would have been pretty cool if they did that. I'm gonna say Tifa, Ryuji, or Skull, whatever you want to call him. Dragon Quest Assist Trophy? I've got a few ideas. I'm gonna go with Jade, Gruntilda. No, let's go with Mumbo instead of Gruntilda. And a Fatal Fury Assist Trophy? Lots of choices there. How about Kyo? I guess he's not technically Fatal Fury. If we're allowed to count King of Fighters, I think Kyo. But it has to be Fatal Fury specifically.
There we go. Got it.
Duck King. This is gonna be a close fight.
Here I go. Yeah.
Oh no!
Can't you go easy on an old man?
Although Goku's friends and the Crane Hermit students fight valiantly, they are unable to overcome the Ginyu Force. And they lose their lives. They're all dead. But before they can get their bearings and continue their hunt for the Dragon Balls, Goku and Raditz return. And Goku's mad. Mai Shiranui in a parka. Well, if I remember, I think in Fatal Fury 3, Mai Shiranui actually had a more, I guess, to Smash acceptable outfit. So you could do that, maybe.
You'll have to work hard to beat me.
Don't play stupid with me.
I don't know, the whole Mai Shiranui thing is very funny to me. Because to me, what it sounds like... Here's what the situation sounds like to me. When the SNK character got leaked, when we knew there's going to be an SNK character in Super Smash Bros., most people, like myself, assumed, well, it's probably going to be Terry Bogard. Because, like, why would you pick anybody else? That is both the most popular and kind of the mascot character of SNK. There's literally no reason they would choose anybody else. But what happened is, in speculation, some people tried to link the SNK character to an older league that included SNK character. Well, not even an SNK character. It was this older league that had yet to be disproven because none of the characters in it had been disproven yet. Like, I think it had Banjo and Air Trick, which still was like, oh, well, it does have Air Trick. But instead it had a female fighting game character with a flying weapon. And so when people saw the SNK character, people were like, oh, well, what if it's related to that? What if there is a female fighting game character with a flying weapon who's an SNK character? I suggested that could be like... I suggested that could be like Athena Asamiya, who, starred in her own game, or Nakaruru, who has, a bird. But I still thought that was unlikely if this whole flying weapon thing was true, because you would just say bird. You wouldn't be like, oh, it's a flying weapon. You say it's a bird. But maybe people are like, oh, maybe she just didn't get a look at it, or this or that, or whatever. People were trying really hard to tie it to this other older league.
But I couldn't afford to hold back.
Did Raditz ever go great at? He did not. That is something that is in the back pocket still. What happened is, though, a lot of people speculated Mai Shiranui, because it's like, oh, well, she is an SNK female fighting game character with a flying weapon, sort of, because she can throw her fans in some of her attacks. And it's like, okay. And I'm like, I don't try, because you never know. I try not to put down other people's ideas and speculations, but in my mind, I'm like, yeah, there's no way they're picking Mai over Terry. That makes no sense. You'd be not picking your mascot and most popular character, and instead you're picking what's essentially a side character in Fatal Fury. Mai's not exactly a side character in Fatal Fury, but she's pretty close. She's not in the first game. The main characters are really like Terry, Andy, and Joe, but she became an icon for obvious reasons, and was utilized a lot in, King of Fighters and other, Fatal Fury related things as a mascot character. But she's really no more important to the story than, by Terry by far, but she is not... She's a secondary character for sure. It's like you've got Terry, you've got Geese, you've got Andy, you've got Mai and Joe. That's my kind of, if I had to place, Mai Shiranui in the story. So it was very weird to me, A, that they would, make Mai the playable character over Terry ever, and B, that so many people care. I understand that, it's weird not to have Mai represented at all, because Mai is an important enough character compared to all the other characters who do make cameos on the King of Fighters stage. It is weird that Mai is missing. But it also, if you're trying to keep an E rating for Super Smash Bros., makes sense why Mai is missing. Now, I think you could have at least done what they did, you know, something similar to what they did with Camilla, and you could have made Mai a spirit by having her in some sort of pose and outfit that makes it not as awkward.
You don't give up your evil ways.
I think
I'll
they
be
should
here
have
to
strived
stop
for
you.
that at least, was to make Mai a spirit. But, you know, they did what they did. I believe that most of the people who were like, oh, they should have picked Mai, were people who were not even, you know, familiar with the SNK characters in the first place. They just ran the speculation train of female fighting a character with a flying weapon from SNK and came to the conclusion that Mai was some super likely choice, when in reality she's not that important compared to a lot of other SNK characters. She is important, but there's plenty of other SNK characters that, like, easily would have beaten out Mai for the place of a playable Smash character. Like, people talk about, it's like, well, they should add Mai in the next game then. And it's like, I don't think Mai would be the secondary SNK character. I think it would be Hyo or Haomaru, or maybe Nakaruru. I think Haomaru is more likely than Nakaruru, but that's an argument. If you could add any unlikely third-party character from a series that isn't currently represented in Smash, who would that be? From an unlikely third-party? You know, I believe Halo is unlikely, so I might go with that. Any case, what we're going to assume here is, especially because you used self-harm and the victory wasn't, like, super overwhelming, is that Ginyu successfully surprises Goku with a body swap. So now we have Goku in Super Saiyan Goku with Ginyu inside of him, and that is a bad. Goku has to fight for his body back. I think Color 2 is the one that's smashed up. We'll see. Because that would make sense.
Feel the power of the Ginyu Force! Yeah! Captain Ginyu!
You'll have to work hard to beat me. How do you like this?
Reminds me a lot of how people were trying to say Silex is super likely for Smash Bros. Brawl because they thought Ridley and Dark Samus weren't feasible, despite Silex being a not very important character at the time. It's really not. I will say, I do know, it is the same situation as mine. I do know people that are legitimately Silex fans, and that's fine, and that's cool. But yes, I would say the majority of Silex support in Super Smash Bros. Was because people thought Ridley was infeasible. And I don't know, my line of logic was always, of course, A, Ridley's not infeasible. Even if Sakurai says he is, I just don't agree. And hey, ultimately, he must have agreed, because he made Ridley playable finally. But also, like, my belief then was that if they can't do Ridley, they're not going to do, you know, a substitute. At least not one that's, like, super interesting. Because, I mean, already for their secondary character, they chose Zero Suit Samus. If they didn't make Ridley playable, I'm guessing we would have just had Dark Samus as a clone, and that is it. We wouldn't have, like, a true... We would have 3 Samuses. It'd be like the Link thing. So, yeah. It's gonna be a close one. But no, yes, I would agree. Sylix was largely like, well, Ridley isn't feasible, so if we're going to get a second Metroid character, they're going to pick one of these alternatives. I mean, I remember back in the day, too, it was like people used to argue between, like, Sylix and Weevil, and then it became, oh no, Sylix is the clear one. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen Goku in Ginyu's body as I'm working it. Defeat Goku. So, story-wise, what happens, without a narration, what happens is, Ginyu is so unused to Goku's body that he loses against his own weakened body, and tries to body change again, this time, in this case, to Raditz, but Goku jumps in the way. Ginyu is forced into his really badly beaten body. Raditz finishes it off because it's so weak, doesn't even need to fight, and that is the end of the Ginyu Force. However, most of Goku's friends are dead, and so is everyone in this city. So Goku and Raditz, they get the Dragon Balls, and they wish for, sorry, I am thinking. They gather the Dragon Balls and they wish for the city to be revived. And, what they wish for, gosh, I'm sorry, my brain is all over the place now because we've been on so many topics of conversation. What they wish for is they wish for everyone that was killed by the Ginyu Force on Earth to come back to life. And that includes Goku's friends. Yay, everyone's alive again. First time they've used the Dragon Balls to res. And then something happens. You know what happens? Is Goku dies suddenly of heart disease. Even though he's a Super Saiyan, he's like, oh, heart disease, bleh, dead. And we got a bit of a problem because there's no Trunks. Oh boy, I just thought about how that's going to work out. That'll be interesting. That will be interesting. I'll tell you what'll happen. So first thing is, whenever I run these scenarios, I actually always run it where Goku dies of a heart disease, and then do the Android Saga without Goku, and then if they get like really effed up, then I send Trunks back in time and redo the Android Saga with Trunks. So it's a bit of a liberty I always do. I never run it exactly like Dragon Ball Z. I run it as the Trunks history, then go back in time and try again with Trunks' help and Goku not being dead of heart disease. So what's going to happen is a city is going to get randomly attacked by androids 19 and 20, who are not actually looking for revenge against Goku this time. Actually, they're not even going to appear at the city. They're going to appear at the King's Castle. They're just trying to take over the world in the name of the Red Ribbon Army. That is their motivation now. Because I mean, the person who stopped the Red Ribbon Army last time was Pilaf, but Pilaf's already dead. So they're just trying to take over the world. In fact, they might still even be allied with Tao and Tien and Chaozu in this scenario. Jiro might just hire them and be like, hey, I'm gonna take over the world and you guys are gonna be my lackeys, and they'll be like, hey, money. In fact, I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do. In this scenario, Tao, Tien, and Chaozu are part of have been hired by the Red Ribbon Army, which is just right now Dr. Gero and Android 19, and they're attacking the King's Castle to take over. And there's no Goku, so it is up to you know, Krillin and Yamcha to stop this takeover, along with Raditz, who has been training Gohan. That is our scenario. Since Goku died, Raditz has taken up the mantle of training Gohan. Yep. But if Vegeta didn't come back to Earth, then he doesn't marry Bulma, and Trunks is never born, so I guess no Trunks, so someone else needs to go back. What I usually do is Bulma marry someone else. I think in this timeline, as weird as it sounds, which I've never had happen before, I think in this timeline, Trunks is the son of Raditz. think in this timeline, Trunks is the son of Raditz. Raditz and Bulma have had a thing. And, yeah, Trunks is a baby right now. Trunks is the son of Raditz. Oh man, I missed a lot of conversation. I'll get to that while the fights are going on. I gotta set up the fights. I'm gonna take a restroom break, but what I'm gonna do is set up a fight, and then I'll go use the restroom while the fight's happening and just see who won. So let's see here. Androids. Dr. Rose taking over Castle to be the ruler of the world. And, but first they have to, Roshi and Yamcha and Krillin and Raditz and stuff, they have to defeat the, Crane Hermit students because they are bodyguards for Gero now. It's time for the rivalry to become an actual deathmatch. Alright! This scenario became very different. I'll be right back.
I won't let you beat me this time!
Sorry, buddy, but you don't have a choice.
Take this!
Shoot!
You know, this might finally be the end of, like, Tien and Chaozu and those guys, because, I mean, even if they do come back, you know, from the future and change this if they lose, I mean, they're still on the bad side. Alright, what's all this that I missed? Which indie game do you think should get the Sans and Cuphead treatment and getting a Mii costume and a track? There's already a lot of good choices in the chat. Hollow Knight, Hat in Time. Yeah, I think those are all good choices. Maybe, if they can do it, maybe Toho, maybe Cave Story. We'll see. You love playing this game back in the day? I played it a lot, but by played it, I mean, I did do a lot of playing, but then I also did this stuff, where I was just making up scenarios.
Huh? I won?
So that is potentially the end of Chaozu. Tien is still a bad guy. Well, actually, for the first time now, he's kind of a bad guy. Who would be your favorite playable character in Metroid Prime Hunters? I liked playing as Trace in Metroid Prime Hunters. Isn't he also missing a spirit in Smash Brothers? I think it was like actually Silex and Trace were both missing spirits in Ultimate.
Now, come at me with all you've got.
Raditz is basically Vegeta at this point. Yep. You're doing what-if scenarios. That's cool. Yep. So, yeah, what I'm doing is I'm going through the story of Dragon Ball, but changing the story based on who wins. And it's been interesting. Piccolo never got revived. King Piccolo never got revived, so Piccolo never even entered the story at all. Goku beat Raditz, and so Raditz just spilled the beans about the Galactic Overlord Frieza and how they're trying to get the Saiyans together to beat him. And so they tried to, you know, wish Frieza, you know, dead or sealed, and couldn't because he was too powerful, so it's beyond the dragon's power. But instead, Goku wished to have the strength to beat Frieza and became a Super Saiyan right away through the power of a wish. And with that power, Raditz contacted Nappa and Vegeta and was like, we got a Super Saiyan on our side, so we could probably take Frieza. And so Goku and Vegeta rendezvoused with Nappa and Vegeta. Goku and Raditz rendezvoused with Nappa and Vegeta, and they did. They all took down Frieza. However, Frieza dispatched the Ginyu Force to Earth prior to all this to gather the Dragon Balls to wish for immortality for himself. And the Ginyu Force wiped out the forces of Earth effectively, but then Goku came back in time to defeat them before they could get the Dragon Balls, and then he used the Dragon Balls again to revive everybody on Earth. Now we're on the Android Saga, but Goku has died of heart disease, and the whole deal now is there was never this whole vendetta against Goku. That was not part of the androids. It was just general, just fulfilling the Red Ribbon Army's ambition of taking over the world, now led by Dr. Gero. And because of that, because it's just a general takeover, and because Tao is still an active fighter in this scenario in the world, they've just rehired Mercenary Tao to their side, this time along with Tien and Chaozu. Because Tien and Chaozu are still part of the Crane Hermit School in this scenario. So now we have this battle that is Krillin, Yamcha, Roshi, Raditz, and Gohan versus
Solar Flare!
Tien, Chaozu, Tao, Android 19, and Dr. Gero.
No! All of that training for nothing!
Yes, Raditz is basically both Piccolo and Vegeta, right, in this scenario. Which I've had ones that were similar-ish, but not ones where Piccolo was just entirely absent. I think this is my first run where Piccolo is just entirely absent. There is no Piccolo. This is like the Let's Goof back when you were uploading and Let's streaming? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the same thing I did on the Let's Goof, which that wasn't my first time doing this either. This is a game I liked to play on my own a lot, and I've done it a couple times recently, so I was like, you know what, I'll stream one. Trace and Cannon were the only hunters to get spirits for some reason? Oh, Trace was one of the only ones. Oh, okay. So they didn't do ones for, like, Noxus or Evil or, yeah. We kind of just merged the Red Ribbon Army Saga and the Android Saga together. Yeah, you're right. Just with no General Blue, because General Blue was already killed by Pilaf. Yes. General Blue really sucked in this. Normally, I'd be stopping the stream at about 50 minutes. This stream is going to just go until the scenarios are over. Basically, we've gone through all of the possible threats. And if we have to time travel with Trunks, it could take a bit. So it might go a little longer, but I mean, things could also happen, everyone dies, and we could end, so you never know. I mean, that's one thing when you have a villain who's like, I'm gonna take over the Earth. They have to go through a lot of earthly forces to do that. I mean, if all the main characters die, they still have to deal with, like, Nom and Android 8, Devilman. So, I mean, taking out everything on Earth takes time. Yajirobe, who still hasn't been introduced in this scenario. I'm glad about that too, that we have a spirit that deconfirms spirits not becoming playable. I think my speculation's correct here. I believe that when the base game had spirits, that deconfirmed them from being playable in Pass 1. Because I was like, they've already thought about who they want to have as their DLC characters in Pass 1, and they're probably avoiding making spirits out of the characters they're considering. And I think a good piece of evidence towards that is how they never did a Fire Emblem Three Houses spirit event. And of course, too, for this or that reason, none of the DLC characters were spirits beforehand. Now most of them were third parties, so that would have made sense anyway, but you know what I mean. And then, my speculation now is that none of the past 2 characters are going to be based on at least recent Spirit events. And that's one of the reasons I'm not certain
Your power's decidedly
of a Sun
mild.
and Moon Pokemon. Not that I'm saying it can't happen, I'm not sold on that being, some people think it's definitely going to happen, and I'm just not sold on that. I think that if I had to speculate, I would actually guess that that's not going to happen. That, like, they already did a Spirit event. You know, the same thing, oh, we're not going to see a new character for Animal Crossing New Horizons, despite the fact that that's such a big, successful game, because they already did a Spirit event for Animal Crossing New Horizons. They're just like, hey, here's an acknowledgement of this new game. We're not planning on a playable character for it. But that's just entirely my speculation. You know, in the same way I don't think we're going to get a Resident Evil character, or a Kunio character, or, you know, anything that's already had a recent Spirit event. But we'll see. I think anything that was a Spirit in the base game, like Min Min, is free game. And that's why I'm hopeful for Rayman. That's your assumption too? Sword and Shield, what did I say? Sun and Moon? Like I said, I'm trying to think about 3 different things at once, so I might say the wrong words. Yes, Sword and Shield. I don't think... I would speculate that we're not going to get a Sword and Shield Pokemon in this DLC. And there are definitely people who disagree with me on that. There's some people who even go as far to say that it's an indefinability. I straight up think it's not going to happen. But, like, that's reasonable enough that I wouldn't be surprised to be wrong. That's one where I'm like, I don't think this is going to happen, but if it happens, I would be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You know what I mean? If Geno and Tingle got in Smash, do you think they would share an icon with your series or get the Wario Yoshi treatment? Honestly, I think they would share icon. I think for both of them, they would share icon. If nothing else, because they already do as spirits. And I know that can change. I mean, in Melee, Wario was a Mario trophy. But I think... I mean, for one, Geno is straight up a Mario character. Yeah, he's third party, but he is just straight up a Mario character. I mean, you could give him his own unique icon. I just don't see why they would, unless for some reason if it was something Square Enix demanded as part of, you can have Geno, but he has to have his own icon. I don't know. For Tingle, yeah, he has his own series, but I think he's still more tied to Zelda than known for his own series.
Show me what you got.
Maybe, I'm not sure.
I am killing you. It's over.
I think if they held off on doing a Sword and Shield Spirit event, it'd be too obvious that a fighter was coming. I don't know. Once again, that just reminds me of Byleth. It'd be like if they did a 3 houses event with just a few spirits, just like the house leaders, and then people are like, oh, well, then they're not adding Byleth. And then they added Byleth in with, like, a bunch of spirits of, like, the other students. I don't know. It doesn't line up to me. But, once again, like I said, I'm not saying... Like, I absolutely could be wrong about that. They might have a Sword and Shield Pokemon. They might. And there's good options for it. You know, I'm not going to be like, oh, that would be terrible, because there's good options for it. I would gripe about Cinderace purely because I'm a grass loyalist and there's no fully evolved standalone grass Pokemon, and that bothers me. But I would accept the fact that Cinderace would be a really cool Smash character. I wouldn't be mad. I'd be like, oh, man, I really want to play a grass guy. But I wouldn't hold it against Cinderace. I don't know. That's the thing I don't understand, is when people, like, are upset that a character is in Smash Brothers because they wish it was a different character. I'm just like, but these characters aren't related at all. Where people are like, oh, Byleth's wasting a spot. It should have been another third-party character. It's like, yeah, but that wouldn't have been a Fire Emblem character. That doesn't even, like, match. That doesn't correlate at all. They decided, hey, we're gonna have a character from Fire Emblem Three Houses, and it's not like you can argue that they shouldn't have done that, which I would think would be I think it'd be stupid, to be honest, because Fire Emblem they had not yet added a new Fire Emblem character to this Smash Brothers, and the Fire Emblem series is continuing to grow. It'd be very silly to not have a new Fire Emblem character in Three Houses with such a big game, in my opinion. I think that would be weird. That, like, they decided, oh yeah, we're gonna add Corrin from Fates, but we're not going to add Violet from Three Houses. I think that would be very unusual. I expected Violet to come. I expected him to come in Pass 2, but regardless, I thought he was kind of an inevitability. Or at least a very likely character. I've gotten totally off track, though. I forgot what we were talking about before. I don't feel necessarily the same about the Sword Shield Pokemon. I mean, the reception for Sword Shield has been a little bit different, and we already caught, our token new Pokemon with Incineroar. But there are a lot of good choices. Cinderace would be a good choice. Be a very fun Smash character, would be very representative of Sword and Shield. Obviously, I would advocate for Rillaboom, because I love my grass starters, and I think he would also have a really great moveset. My favorite choice is Surfetch, half as a joke, but also because I think it'd be really fun moveset-wise for one thing, but also, I mean, my joke thing is always like, well, I mean, he has a sword and a shield, but I actually think it would be very fun to play, and see what I chose to do a video on. A lot of people have been on the toxicity train recently, like, oh, they should add toxicity, and honestly, that would be really cool. I like the idea of toxicity as well.
That's a little taste of my Wolfang Fist!
You think Gino would get his own victory theme? Yeah, even if he doesn't have his own icon, he might have his own victory theme. They might just give him Cloud. No, they would probably do that. Yeah, they'd probably do the Super Mario RPG. What am I thinking? They do that. Did I accidentally give Yamcha his old hair? Whoops. That makes this battle null and void. We have to redo it. I'm joking. All right. Well, with the Crane students out of the way, that just leaves the androids themselves. Sword and Shield comparatively didn't feel like a big Pokemon game like Three Houses was for Fire Emblem. Yeah, in a nutshell, that is what it boils down to in my mind. I've seen someone in Smash Bros. Really pushing for having Boshi playable. Boshi sounds like a Yoshi echo to me. I think I know who you're talking about too. I remember that guy. I liked him. If it's the same guy anyway. Maybe there's like two people really pushing for Boshi. Man, former champion Yamcha is really pulling his weight here. What, he's defeated Chaozu and Tao. Krillin lost to Tao, right? I'm starting to lose track because I'm not very focused. I'm pretty sure I had Krillin fight Tao and he lost, and I had Yamcha fight Tao and he won. Is that right, everyone?
Over here! Go! Over here! Go!
I'm second guessing myself now. I feel like I started with Chaozu versus Krillin, and that Krillin won. And then I did Yamcha versus Tien, and Yamcha like barely won. So then I had Krillin versus Tao. No, I had Roshi versus Tao, and Tao won. So then I brought back Yamcha, and Krillin is still available. Is that right? Is Krillin still available? I cannot remember. I hope someone can remind me. Tien won? Okay. So Yamcha and Roshi... No, Roshi's not available. Max Power Roshi is available. Krillin's not available. So we're down to Yamcha and Max Power Roshi.
Okay.
And Raditz and Go. They're actually doing pretty dang well.
That's a little taste of my Wolf Fang fist!
Well, they didn't even need Raditz and Gohan. I have to decide what to do about this now. Normally what I'd say is that then Gero escapes to awaken Android 17 and 18. With Raditz and Gohan still in reserve, I'm not sure if he can get away. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna let Raditz catch up to Gero. If Raditz wins, that's the end of the Android saga. If Gero wins, Raditz doesn't die, Gero gets to escape and awaken Android 17 and 18. So Gero tries to escape, Raditz catches up. Because they did so well. I didn't really care for Incineroar, to be honest, because I wasn't a big fan of Sun and Moon. I would have rather had a Sword and Shield character. Yeah, I felt like, timing-wise, it was a little too early for that. I was pretty certain that they were going to have a Sun and Moon Pokemon.
This fool's energy may actually
But yeah,
be worth
no, I get it.
stealing.
Sun and Moon, for me, actually was about the same as Sword and Shield. I played it, enjoyed it, beat it, and then I was done. I was not interested enough to get Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. In the same way, after I beat Shield, I haven't been interested enough to get the DLC. It just doesn't sound like something that I want to do. I never got Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I still have not gotten the Sword and Shield DLC. The last time, you know, even though they were... My problem with X and Y was that they were kind of easy, but because of that, it made them very replayable for me. I was like, what if I do with these Pokemon now? What if I do with these Pokemon now? It was easy because that game was pretty easy. So we are assuming now that the Crane students are dead. Tien, Chaozu, Tao, they are dead and they're not getting revived because they have no revives. The Earth Force is Krillin, Yamcha, Roshi, Raditz, and Gohan. No Piccolo. Goku died of a heart disease. Nappa, Vegeta are out of space. But Raditz can contact him. And he might.
Take this! Well, come on! Right!
And Raditz also has a son, Trunks. Sun and Moon felt overrated to me, and the long, non-skippable cutscenes and near-endless dialogue really got annoying to go through. I liked the characters. Sun and Moon might have my favorite characters, although Sword and Shield might have surpassed that too. That's one thing that the newer games I think have actually done better, is that I feel like the gym leaders, or the gym leader equivalents, you know, they feel like how they do in the anime. They feel like real people and not just obstacles to overcome. That is one thing I do like about the newer games. Oh my god, Raditz, if you land your ultimate, that'll be the end of the Android saga. Oh, Raditz!
How could I get beat by this lowlife?
So we're saying that this isn't actually a defeat, this is an escape. Although Raditz, tries to track down Gero, and he counters him, Gero is ultimately able to get away, and he unleashes his most powerful androids 17 and 18. Raditz and Gohan arrive on the scene first, while, the rest of their friends are recuperating with their battle with the Crane students. and attempt to defeat 17 and 18. Actually, first, before that happens, 17 has to rebel against Shiro. And I also kind of forgot about Mecha Frieza, which is something I regularly accidentally forget about. So we're just going to say that Frieza died, and there's no way to not have a Frieza die. I might do something else a little bit later. It's going to depend on what happens with the Android Saga. I think Pokemon hit its peak with Black and White too. Yeah, I was working my way backwards. Like I said, X and Y maybe weren't the best, but because they were, they were well built and they were easy, it made them very replayable for me, which was fun. Black and White, specifically Black and White 2, are my favorite Pokemon games.
If you won't open
Black and White, it's really interesting. I thought Black and White was really solid, but I kind of fell into the same thing there, where after I beat Black and White, I was kind of done with it. I wasn't planning on getting Black 2, White 2. I got it by chance. I had a friend whose ex-girlfriend left a lot of his Pokemon stuff at his house after they broke up, and she didn't want it back, so he gave it to me. And that's how I got White 2. And I tried it one day and was like, oh my god, this is the best Pokemon game ever. And I did everything. I loved it.
Well, come on!
So yeah. I mean, of course, Gen 2, just because of the sheer size, is kind of a masterpiece. Now, I still think there are some flaws with Gen 2. I think they rushed the first set of Gen 1s, is my thing. Here's my deal. In Gen 2, you have 3 Gen leaders. You have Chuck, Jasmine, and kind of Price, who are all like around the same level. You can even do them in kind of whatever order you want. Like, my first time playing Gen 2, I accidentally trained up and beat Price before going to Chuck's Island, and then Chuck was really easy. But what I'm saying, they have 3 gym leaders all in a row there that are about the same level. Now we're having like the regular Vegeta versus 18 fight, but it's Raditz instead, and Gohan is there, and the others are catching up. Any case, what was I talking about? I was talking about Pokemon. And so then what happens is then because those are so close together and you get to the Pokemon League so quickly, when you fight Lance, I mean, the joke is always that he's so, low leveled that his Dragonites are like none of them are at the actual level that a Dragonite should be. And it's because then you have 8 more gym leaders to fight. The problem is, the other 8 gym leaders, after you've beaten them, you're nowhere near ready to fight Red. You do a lot of grinding to catch up to Red. So I think they could have paced out the game better. They could have had, more stuff to do between those 3 gym leaders, actually have a build up to Jasmine, rather than just, oh, you saved my Ampharos, now fight me. And got you higher level before the Pokemon League, and make the Pokemon League much bigger. Have Lance's Pokemon maybe go to like level 60. Then you fight the Kanto gym leaders, and they work you up to, maybe not all the way up to Red's level, but if they could get you up to 70, maybe 75, I think Gen 2 could be paced better. So that's why Gen 2 is not my favorite, but it's definitely up there. It's hard to deny what a rush it is to be able to have that much story. There's no Pokemon game that just has that amount of content that Gen 2 has. Black 2, White 2 comes the closest, but I mean, it's still just not comparable.
Don't joke!
I'll enjoy this.
Finding Cynthia in Black White, that is pretty fun.
It's over.
See, in this timeline, though, the androids aren't programmed to kill Goku, they're just programmed for world domination. So, yeah. we're not going to worry about Android 16. We're just going to have the androids rampage around the world if no one stops them.
Finish! How could I get beat by this lowlife?
Gohan steps in. I have not had a Kid Gohan fight in one of these scenarios in a long time. I think Outfit 2 is the armor, because since he's training under Raditz, it would make more sense for him to have Saiyan armor than to have Piccolo's clothes, because, like, Piccolo doesn't exist. I mean, 18 destroyed Vegeta, too, so it makes sense.
I'll fight you.
Oh, that is
Enough
Nappa
talk.
fight, Gohan.
Let's see what you've
I am
got.
not going to allow that. Sorry. 1 second. That does not make any sense. If Sakurai was forced to add a real-life person to Smash, who do you think would best represent the in-real-life franchise? Well, see, if he was going to add an in-real-life person, I feel like it should be, like, an in-real-life person who has had a video game franchise. Like John Madden or Shaquille O'Neal. You know what I'm saying?
All right, I'm not losing to you.
Enough talk. Let's see what you've got.
Hello, Exam got to 67 there. I'm doing well, thank you. Dr. Kawashima, you know what? That's a good idea, Bobby. I forgot Dr. Kawashima was a real person.
Over here.
Well, that's it for Gohan.
Can't fight anymore.
It was Gohan's first fight, though, so to be expected. But then the others show up. Yamcha's still ready to throw down.
I've had just about enough of you. Put 'em up.
Enough talk. Let's see what you've got.
Go!
Free.
I'm not done yet.
You're a fool.
I do need to commission someone to do, like, an actual professional
I'll
overlay at
enjoy
some
this.
point. Oh, hey, Yamcha's doing pretty well. I wasn't looking. Well,
That's a little taste of my Wolf Fang Fist!
that means 17's got a tussle. I guess Yamcha became stronger than Raditz. Yamcha's the strongest.
I've had just about enough of you. Put him up!
Okay, come get me if you can.
He got serious about training again.
Over here!
What? He was the strongest in the world at one point in time, in this alternate timeline. Sakurai himself would be neat. That would be something.
What's wrong? Take this! Go!
Man, Sakurai had a birthday yesterday, isn't that right?
Go! I'll finish you off!
Oh, I was hoping those would link. Man, Yamcha did so well against 18. I'm trying to decide if I should pull out 16 or not.
Take this! Your history!
Oh no, Yamcha.
Darn! How am I supposed to keep up with that?
You tried to find a Japanese version of the Frosty birthday? Oh yeah, that'd be cool. I didn't even think about that. I just wished happy birthday in Japanese. Which I'm trying to... It's Otanjobi... I always forget the last word. How you... Is it... Odotemo? Shoot, I don't remember. I just remember the Otanjobi part. That's if you're being very, very informal. You just say, you know, Tanjobi! I wanted to be a little more, you know, informal than that. If I wanted to be really super informal, I would add a gozaimasu. But, yeah.
Over here! Take this!
What's wrong? Take this!
Over here!
Whoa!
Time. Over here!
I'll finish you off!
Shoot!
Solar flare!
It's gonna be a close fight. I'm on the edge of my seat here. So he's got a lead right now.
How's this?
Yeah, I remember in Tenkaichi 2, Krillin's expanding energy wave was ridiculously powerful. You just demolish people with it. But they changed how it works in this game to be a little more balanced. Come on, Krillin!
You fool!
You fool! Oh no, it's Gilbert Gottfried.
Over here! I'll finish you off!
Oh my god, what a fight!
Huh? I won?
I guess that's the end. To make sure any more androids don't appear, they destroy the lab, effectively erasing 16 and Cell from ever entering the fray. So that's it for Cell Saga, or Android Saga. But meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa have been scouring space, trying to find a way to rebuild the Saiyan Empire. Along their travels, they happen over time, it's been years at this point, they happen over time to come across planet Namek, which, as they discover, also has Dragon Balls. And they start terrorizing the planet to earn the Dragon Balls. At the forefront of their adversaries is the powerful Namekian warrior Nail. So they can't revive Goku. They would have before. They can't revive Goku because he died of a heart disease. You know, that's not curable. So if they just tried to revive him, he would just die again immediately.
All right, this ought to break up the boredom. I have no choice.
So we're making up a saga here. It's the Vegeta and Nappa take over Namek saga. Unless Nail just kills them. And that would be the end. Do you listen to the Japan Time podcast? I always thought they should have you on as a guest. I haven't watched it yet. I'm meaning to. That's the one that Push Dustin's on, right? I haven't gotten around to seeing it yet. I'm not sure what I talk about, though. I know they were looking for someone to talk about, like, an obscure video game thing, but I was like, gosh, I don't know what I know that's obscure that, like, other people don't already. I don't know. That'd be fun. Who else is on Japan Time, anyway? Hello, official Big Boy 123. Rogers Base and Shofu. I've only talked to Rogers Base a very tiny bit. I've never talked to Shofu. I really like Rogers Base. I wish he would notice me. I haven't done videos in months. I can't be like, more people should recognize me. That's been my problem. I've never been consistent with videos. My whole life, I have always been, and you know, I'm not upset about this at all. My whole life, I have always been very whimsical in my pursuits. I've always been like, I'm really into this for a few weeks now. Now I'm really into this. Now I'm really into this. I mean, people are talking about how, yeah, I've taken a huge hiatus to Force Smash now, but really, if you look at Force Smash, I mean, I did the 2 videos. I did Rayman and Sans, and then there was like an 8-month hiatus until the 3rd character or something like that. And that's always been my problem with YouTube, is that I'll get invested in doing a series of videos, and I'll do it for a while, and then I'll be like, I don't feel like doing that anymore. I'm doing this thing. And so, no, I absolutely don't. I am not surprised or angry or whatever about, you know, not having more of a presence with, you know, other people and communities and stuff, because I don't stay consistent with anything.
Darn it! Beat by a low-life scum!
Alright, what I'm going to say now, just to level the play field a little bit, is after Nappa's many failures, Vegeta finally just kills him, be like, you were a worthless Saiyan warrior, and we don't even need you, because there's already Goku and Raditz, and they're stronger than you. You became weaker than Raditz! And then he kills Vegeta, leaving Vegeta versus Nail. Are you playing PS2 or PC? I'm actually playing on the Wii. Yeah, just don't spam emojis.
I will show you the power of a Saiyan elite. I really don't want to fight.
We've had some bots, and so it's like hard to tell, like, when someone's actually like chatting in chat and when someone is, you know.
Die!
I'm actually playing this on the Wii, believe it or not, because that's just the platform I have it for. I grew up with Nintendo. I'm playing my old original copy of Dragon Ball Budokai Tenkaichi 3 that I've always had on my Nintendo Wii. I'm very interested, however, in getting the PC version, because I know that this game is a big modding community, and that would allow me to do even more with, like, these characters and scenarios, and so I'm very interested in possibly getting involved in So, I mean, even though, like, so I'm trying to get into a regular groove where I'm at least streaming, so I'm, you know, have some kind of online presence, you know, even if it's just me doing whatever I feel like, and I do just feel like doing whatever I feel like right now. I'm not, like, I don't want to commit myself to a video series or completing a certain game on stream. I'm just gonna, you know, stream whatever I feel like doing that day each day. That's my plan right now. I'm just taking things one day at a time. Things are weird right now for everybody. Wow, Nail might just destroy them.
How could this happen? I am the prince of all Saiyans.
Wow. Go Nail. With no other alternatives left, Vegito's uses the, what is it, the Blitz Wave Ball or whatever it is, to transform into a giant monkey for Nail to fight. This is Vegeta's last stand to take over Namek. Yeah, no, yeah, we don't need to block or ban anybody right now.
I really don't want to fight. I won't hold back.
They're just asking questions and putting on emojis. I like questions. He said the emojis just make it hard to tell the emojis make it hard to tell if you're a bot or not, because we've had a lot of bots recently. So you just, you know, make it clear that you're human.
Yes.
Fighting a giant monkey by himself is going to be very tough for Nail. Nail will almost surely lose this fight. Do I want to become famous? Man, not really, no. That sounds like too much of a hassle. It sounds like too many people would expect certain things out of me and would want to try to get to know me for just because I'm well known, use me for clout. I like the idea of just being a person online who does things that maybe other people might enjoy. I feel like that's the extent I want to reach, and I feel like I have reached that. I feel like I'm at a very comfortable position. Now, I mean, yes, there are some nice perks. I would love to be making more money. I think right now my financial situation on online is like once every 3 or 4 months I get a small paycheck from YouTube, and that's a nice bonus. That's all. And of course, it'd be nice to have more, especially because I'm technically jobless right now. But I don't need this to be any more than it is. I'm not really gunning for that. If I did become famous, I would actually, if I had an aspiration to become famous, I would want to get more into voice acting. I really like the idea of voice acting, and I've only done very small, like, YouTube channel things for other people here and there. I would love to explore that realm a lot more. But I've done absolutely nothing to work towards that idea. So here's what happens without narration. Vegeta defeats and kills Nail, and as a giant monkey rampages over Namek, effectively destroying it. And realizes too little too late that by killing the guardian of the planet, he has made the Dragon Balls null and void, and he cannot make his wish. And he doesn't have Nappa anymore. And a very angry Vegeta decides has no clue what to do now. Let's say that Vegeta decides at this point to simply pay Earth a visit. He has an evil plan. His ploy is to tell Goku that, hey, Nappa died, I want to use the Dragon Balls to just revive my buddy, but then he's going to, like, switch it up and wish himself to be a Super Saiyan as well, so he can beat Goku. But when he gets to Earth, he can't sense Goku. He scans the planet for really strong power levels, and instead finds Raditz. And Raditz is like, hey, what happened to Nappa? And Vegeta's like, he died. And then Vegeta's like, what happened to Goku? And Raditz is like, well, he died too. And Vegeta's like, well, cool, I bet I can take you in a fight. So Vegeta on his own now is going to try to take over Earth. Because he's like, Goku's not here, no one can stop me. I just crushed all of Namek myself. I can probably crush all of Earth myself too. That is Vegeta's line of thinking.
I'll teach you to look down on me. In that case, come fight me. I won't hold back. What are you looking at? Die!
Vegeta and Raditz start a band called Widow's Peak.
What are you looking at?
So yeah, since there's not a need to defeat the evil androids, it's very likely that that Goku is just dead in the story now because of heart disease. Which means we're not going to have a Goten. Which means we're probably not going to have fusions because there's no Goku or Goten.
What was that?
That was quite a combo. I mean, it looked like Vegeta was just going to take this home, and then Raditz was like, hey, check out what I can do. Raditz is still at a huge disadvantage, though. It's possible that I could do a Grade 8 Raditz, of course. It has to be nighttime, or Vegeta has to use his thing. So he's only going to do it as a last resort because he knows Raditz can turn into a monkey.
How could I get beat by this lowlife?
Unfortunately, in this scenario, there is no moon, Vegeta's not making the ball, and Raditz is isolated. So with Raditz out of the way, Vegeta thinks he has free reign to take over the world and find the Dragon Balls. So he starts doing what he did on Namek and scouring the planet to find the Dragon Balls, being very careful this time not to kill any Namekians he might run across. And along his destruction, he is eventually confronted by Krillin and Yamcha, and Roshi and Gohan.
This might be it.
I will show you the power of a Saiyan elite.
Well, time for Krillin and Yamcha to kick some ass. Yeah, but they also got it. They will have to take out Grade 8 Vegeta as well. That might be.
How's this?
The Saiyans are a true warrior race. Don't underestimate us.
Oh no, not Blue Silhouette Vegeta.
It's no use. The Saiyans are a true warrior race. Don't underestimate us. The Saiyans are a true warrior race. Don't underestimate us.
The Saiyans are a true warrior race. Don't underestimate us.
How did that sound on the mic anyway? So hey, we do get a Vegeta saga. It's just way later. It's after the Android saga. Do we have adult Gohan at this point? You're not ready to screw after. No, Gohan's still a kid. He's not even Teen Gohan yet. Actually, he might be Teen Gohan now. I'm gonna say we have Teen Gohan now.
Over here!
Not adult Gohan, but teen Gohan. That sounded pretty good. All right. I was wondering. I just put myself really close to the mic and whispered. I not whispered, but oh no, Krillin! We were really close.
No! All of that training for nothing!
No! All of that training for nothing!
Okay, come on! I will show you the power of a Saiyan elite. Ready? Fight!
I think after this is over, I'll do a Twitter thread where I summarize the what happened, so that people who didn't watch can get an idea of what it's like, and I can share it in a quick format. So, as far as any of the characters in this know now, you can't become a Super Saiyan. It's something you have to wish for. So if they do get down to Gohan, yeah, that'll be something where it's like, wait, what? You could just become a Super Saiyan? I don't remember what Teen Gohan's alternate costume is. We'll have to check it out, because his default is Piccolo, which doesn't make sense, but we'll use it if it's all we got.
Okay, no bang fast!
Yeah, Vegeta's Vegetaing.
Darn, how am I supposed to keep up with that?
I think we're gonna pull out Gohan next. Oh, he has 3 colors? Oh, well, one's probably a ruined outfit. Also, Gohan still has his tail in this timeline, so there's that. Maybe Teen Gohan was just for a dad and Piccolo is born. Okay, this looks like he's got orange G, which we'll go with. We'll say that, yeah, he took up Goku's old G.
I had to fight for my dad's sake, too!
So, this is where you've chosen for your final resting place.
Been a long time since I've used Teen Gohan in one of these scenarios. In the last one I did, I mean, he pretty much just got to have a normal childhood, and yeah, he was trained, but he never actually got into a real fight until he was already the Great Saiyaman. He just fought in the tournament as the Great Saiyaman. Very different. Gohan has to avenge his Uncle Raditz. And then they're going to use the Dragon Balls to revive good old Uncle Raditz. His Uncle and Master, Uncle Master Raditz. See, instead of being one of Piccolo's techniques, Masenko is just a technique that Gohan invented.
Do what my dad did.
Die of the heart disease. What? Even though he knows Gohan has a tail, Vegeta realizes he has no choice and resorts to transforming, hoping that his consciousness, while in monkey form, will outdo Gohan's. Gohan can't control his monkey form. But we're gonna say if Vegeta wins, it just kind of puts Gohan back in base state rather than kills him. Raditz right now is basically Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo, and that's why he had to die in DBZ. He would have gotten too strong.
You're as good as dead.
Wait, why did I put Vegeta in the front? He's not a good guy. Whatever. Monkey fight!
What are you looking at?
Where's Yajirobe when you need him? Yajirobe is still out in the forest eating everything he kills. He will only come into play if there's like no other fighters on Earth, just like Nom and Android 8, because he never became integrated with the main group in the story. He might not to. He might not have to, though. Gohan's doing pretty well, even if he gets hit with this Super Garlic-Con, which he got partially.
You're through!
You're through! Wow, a second one? Ooh, that was a lot more effective. And there goes the city again! That city's had some real bad times.
You bastard! Die! Finish! Sorry about that. I guess I didn't know my own strength.
The last hope for stopping this giant monkey is Master Roshi! It's not really the last hope, but right now they think it is. There we go. Man, yeah, I wish Toriyama didn't forget about Launch. Definitely. Launch was such a fun character.
Shame on you.
It's really too bad.
Sweet old man like
And it's so weird, too. It's just like she just disappears from the story. I mean, the kind of retcon they've done now is that, yeah, Launch just kind of spent her days kind of trying to pursue Tien, so I mean, that's why she's not around anyone else anymore, is because Tien's rarely around anymore.
Show me what.
Use the Kamehameha! Yeah, I want more original Dragon Ball characters played. And, I mean, I would love if they went as full force with it as they did with Dragon Ball Z characters. But if I just got to pick, like, okay, here are the ones that, like, I really want above all else. I would want Girin, Ox King, Adult Chi-Chi, Commander Black in the battle suit. Mummy Man.
Would you mind going easy on an old man?
And that might be it. If we got to go full expansive, and like I said, just have everything, I would love to also see, just go ahead and add, like, Bacterian, Ranfan, maybe Pomput, and, maybe King Choppa, maybe more Piccolo minions like Cymbal and Drum, and then, oh gosh, what was the other? I had another one that was like, oh, for sure, I want this one. What was it?
I'm going to kill you.
Oh, Bora. I would love to see them make Bora playable. Because, yeah, even though he didn't get to fight much in Dragon Ball, he gets to fight more in one of the movies. Yes, Ox King is not playable, but Young Chi-Chi is. Man, if Ox King was playable, you would have seen him. I would have used him, sure. Young Chi-Chi is playable, but not Ox King. I did have one of these what-if scenarios where Young Chi-Chi got involved, but she didn't get to do much, unfortunately, regardless. Roshi's doing okay. Ranfan, yeah. I wonder if Tambourine killed Ranfan. We never saw it, but he might not have got. He didn't get around to killing everybody. This does not have a good chance of landing, but if it lands, we got a partial land. Oh, that would have been such a cool beam struggle. Instead, Roshi's just getting destroyed. That's too bad. That is too bad. Roshi really messed up there. Dang, Roshi was looking kind of good until then.
You go easy on an old man.
I am going to say, though, that Roshi stalled enough with that. You know, not without narration. Well, yeah, maybe a little narration. Angry at the loss of his dad, or of his uncle, and not wanting to lose any more of his friends, Gohan's anger explodes. He becomes a Super Saiyan all on his own, even without a wish. And Vegeta's like, what? You can do that? Oh, shit! Young Chi-Chi's outfit is really disturbing. The less we have to see of that, the better. It's true.
I have to fight.
You're as good as dead.
That's a good opening move.
Watch this.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, pretty good start. Pretty good start, Gohan.
Behind you! Here!
I think this is going to be it for Vegeta. That's the end. Super Gohan.
If I don't study, Mom's gonna be mad at me.
With his newfound power, Gohan destroys Vegeta. And they gather the Dragon Balls and wish for everyone killed by Vegeta to be brought back to life. Which brings back not only Raditz and the people of Earth, but also the people of Namek and the other planets that Vegeta and Nappa terrorized. And also brings Nappa back to life on Namek. Nappa is overwhelmed and slain again by the Namekians. I'm just gonna say it. Just him by himself. He's lost every fight. Not even gonna give it a chance. Nappa comes back to life and then immediately dies again. Well, what now? All right, I know what now. With no more immediate threats to Earth, Gohan continues his life as just a normal person and meets Videl, and Trunks is a kid now, Raditz's son, Trunks, and they decide to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament because Gohan never really got to as a kid because he wasn't training, and people kept trying to blow up the Earth. And Trunks is old enough now, but now they have a junior division, and Trunks easily wins the junior division and comes face to face with the current martial arts champion of the world, Hercule, who became champion while the others were busy doing things. Boo Saga! Yeah, Nappa slaughtered all of their villages. They're not ready to forgive that. Nappa just living as a peaceful Namekian.
Let's go!
Okay, you can practice on me. Ready? I know this isn't much.
Hercule, you can't use bombs in a tournament. What are you doing? You just bombed a 10-year-old.
I know this isn't much.
Stop it! That's ridiculous. Hercule is disqualified. This battle doesn't really matter, but we'll let it happen.
I know this isn't much.
You know, if Hercule wins, we'll say that he actually legitimately beat Trunks. And it's like, whoa, well, no wonder this guy won the tournament. This is going to determine if Hercule is a joke or if he's actually, like, a good fighter. Meanwhile, I have to figure out the main tournament.
You're all washed up!
Darby! Get ready!
Here goes! I know this isn't much, but that won't work. Over here.
I think Hercule just ringed out.
No problem.
So what we're gonna say is actually they have a serious fight, and everyone's the other guys are impressed that Hercule's actually a pretty good fighter. It's like, oh yeah, no wonder this guy won the martial arts tournament. But ultimately, with the training he got from his father Raditz, Trunks is able to overcome Hercule, even though Hercule plays it off like he let the kid win. I'm still figuring out the tournament setup here. I don't have to worry about, like, Tien and Chaozu or those guys. I don't have to worry about Vegeta or Goku. They're both dead. I guess it comes down if I want Roshi to participate in the tournament or not. Looking at my roster here. Krillin, Yamcha, we have to assume Supreme Kai and Kibito are there. No Piccolo. Gohan, Videl. I could put Roshi in the tournament if there's nobody else. Or I could just say it's one of, a Hercule's random lackeys like Pintar or whatever. That's who Krillin actually fights. Oh, I forgot about Spopovich. We'll have Spopovich. That's actually necessary. Forgot about that dude. That is important. If there's a lot of characters, I'll just cut out Kibito, because, he's not even playable. So, but we'll say Kibito's here. Roshi's tired. He doesn't want to compete. Yep. Okay. Let me do the matchups really quick. Versus Gohan. Versus Shin. Spopovich versus Videl. Okay. Got it. Okay, we're ready for the Buu Saga tournament. With very different people. Hercule's not really as renowned as he would have been if Cell had happened. Yeah, no, he's not like this renowned hero. He's just the martial arts tournament master champion person. That's a good point. He's not super renowned because he never beat Cell. He's just the champion. So I guess in that case, he would probably have to compete in the tournament as usual, huh? That's a good point. That is a good point. I'm going to say that, yeah, Hercule has to compete in the tournament as usual, and I'll just get rid of... I don't mind ever getting rid of Kibito because he's not playable. Wish they would make him playable, but that's fine. Kibito is just... He's just there to attend Shin. In any case, I don't remember the actual order of the fights. Right in round one, we're going to have Gohan versus Hercule. Oh, but he is disguised as the Great Saiyaman right now. Videl is in the tournament. Gohan's friend that he's been training. Because she wants to enter the tournament and prove that she's stronger than her dad. But the first person to actually fight him is the Great Saiyaman. Actually, yeah, we'll do that. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. So they go through the trouble of giving Hercule a jetpack he doesn't have, but the other characters just fly without explanation? Yeah, you know. They're just like, oh, they got psychic powers or wings, or they just pick their legs really fast. I'm pretty sure the only reason Hercule had a jetpack is because he was playing older Dragon Ball fighting games that didn't have the other characters, and they gave him a jetpack to fly in those, and so now it's just a tradition. Just, hey, if you have Hercule in a video game, give him a jetpack. I thought for a second Gohan was going to go out of bounds right there. Oh!
As long as there is evil, Great Saiyaman will not give up the fight!
I don't know what to say. Great Saiyaman defeats Hercule. And Videl's like, wow, you beat my dad. Wow, you beat my dad. Meanwhile, Raditz faces off against the mysterious Shin. Ooh. Shin.
You're going to die, fool. You will have the honor of witnessing my power. No chance.
Actually, Videl was supposed to fight Nice, wasn't she? Oh well.
Now you die!
Boy, Raditz is still pretty aggressive after all these years of being a good guy. Yes, Kabito Kai is playable, just not Kabito. That is still the one weird kind of omission that they have. They've added like all these characters for all these movies and stuff, they still don't have Kabito playable. They have him as a transformation rather than a true fusion. Whoa!
Nothing to write home about.
Raditz beat the Supreme Kai! Holy shit! Shin is amazed by Raditz's beating him, and confides the secrets to him. He is truly the Supreme Kai of this universe, and he has come to this tournament because he knows that a wizard named Babidi is going to use Spopofish to drain the energy of Gohan's Super Saiyan power that he knows that he'll want, so that he can revive the monster Majin Buu. So he wants Spopovich to suck out some of Gohan's energy so they can track Spopovich back to where Babidi is. And Raditz understands, is like, this sounds like it's probably best for the world, so we'll let the tournament run for now and deal with the situation. Yeah. Next is Spopovich versus Videl. Videl is determined to win. She's like, Gohan beat my dad, so now I have to beat Gohan to prove that I'm the strongest fighter. Where's Spopo? There we go. Good old Spopovich. Excuse me. Yeah, the stream is running later than usual, but I gotta we're on the final saga. I don't take it to GT, and I can't take it to Super on this game because I'm playing on Wii. I don't have mods for that. So we're gonna end after Buu Saga. The Buu Saga could take a while, depending on if Buu gets revived or not. So far, I've never had one of these where Buu gets to Super Buu or Kid Buu. Usually, Buu defeats Evil Buu, or Buu never gets revived, or in one case, Buu did get revived, but then Ginyu took over his body, and I mean, he had Ginyu in Buu's body, which was awesome. Yeah, they got Videl playable, but not Chi-Chi. That wasn't even a ring out. Raditz just straight up kicked his ass. It's true. Did Spopovich ring out?
I did it! I won!
Although the battle doesn't look very well for Videl, she manages to trick Spopovich into the out of bounds and wins the fight. Spopovich cannot advance into the tournament enough to suck out Gohan's energy, so he just sits there angrily, waiting for the tournament to be over, when he can catch Gohan in a fight alone. So the tournament just gets to continue. Yay! Raditz is very happy about this. Like, yes, I get to fight still more. Videl wins. That leaves the final match as Krillin versus Yamcha. With Master Roshi retired, they're just kind of back into their usual. They're back into casual wear now. They've got their own lives where neither of them are married.
You want to try fighting against me?
Okay then, don't hold back on me.
You like this version of the fight instead? I like seeing Videl win. Videl's a cool character. Man, they did so much good build-up with her, and then I get it. I mean, she's so behind the other fighters in terms of what they've accomplished that they can't really catch her up, but it's too bad. I think it would be cool if they just had her, like, imply that she did continue to train with Gohan after everything that happened and become a stronger and stronger and stronger fighter until she did catch up. I think she's got a lot more drive to fight than some of them. And then you just get rid of it all. Then they're just like, well, you know, Gohan decides he doesn't want to fight much anymore, so I guess I'll do that too. And I'm like, come on, Videl was always way more passionate about fighting than Gohan was. They couldn't have kept that up? Oh well. Oh, I should have had Nom return to the tournament. Oh well.
Check out my extra large spirit ball.
I guess Nom's retired. Wow.
No, all of that training for nothing.
Next, Gohan has to beat his uncle and trainer, Raditz, as the Great Saiyan Man. He doesn't want to show off his true power in this tournament arena. Because he doesn't want his high school friends figuring out who he is. So Raditz is here to test him to see if he can really beat him without going full power. Whoa, I have 10 viewers right now? Hello, everyone. That's way more than I'm used to.
The forces of evil shall not prevail.
Time to put you in your place.
So this is basically all just one giant what-if scenario. It would take me a while to catch up, but I can if you want me to. All you have to know right now is that we're on the Buu Saga, where Great Saiyan Man would normally be fighting Spopovich, but Spopovich was defeated. Instead, we got Raditz here, who has basically taken the place of Piccolo and Vegeta and Goku in this timeline. Because Vegeta never became a good guy and was actually, in this timeline, killed by Team Gohan, discovering that he could become a Super Saiyan. Piccolo was never awakened back in the Dragon Ball Saga. He's still old and in a rice cooker at the bottom of the ocean, and no one knows he's there besides, like, Roshi and maybe Shen. I guess I could do... No. And then Goku died of a heart disease, and because they were able to defeat the androids in this timeline, they never sent Trunks back in time. So he's just dead too. And Raditz became a good guy pretty quickly. You know, Goku did the whole Goku reforming thing on him because Piccolo wasn't there to kill him, and you know, some other stuff too. And yeah, he basically is just taking the mantle of raising Gohan as well as his own son Trunks. Because since Vegeta never became good, Raditz instead took that spot and married Bulma and had Trunks. Trunks is Raditz's son. So I did catch up on everything. Not in every detail, but that's the whole gist.
Is that it?
If Gohan does not lose by ring out, if Gohan loses but loses by knockout, I'll have Gohan break his Saiyaman form out of the insistence of Videl and Raditz. But he might just still win, barely. Raditz is really picking up on the slack of Goku and Vegeta not being here.
I'm a disgrace to the uniform.
Gohan finds that without using his full power, he is not able to overcome his uncle Raditz. Videl shouts and Raditz encourages Gohan to fight using his real strength, and finally Gohan complies. Rematch!
Okay, let's see if I've still got it. You're going to die, fool.
Now Gohan's not going to go Super Saiyan against Raditz, no matter.
What was that?
Gohan uses that powerless spot. Only in life or death situations, not in a spar with my uncle.
Take this!
Oh, that was close. So was that. Man, Raditz is probably still gonna win. Can't beat his teacher. Not unless he's using his Super Saiyan power. Dude, Raditz might become the champion.
What was that?
One of the character that, like, dies pretty quickly in the series to the champion of the Earth. I've never had this before with Raditz. This is definitely now the run I've done where Raditz has the most, like, the biggest role.
Rats. I guess I'm still a little rusty.
Even using his real strength, Gohan is not able to overcome Raditz, who is continuously trained to defend the Earth from other potential alien threats. Raditz advances to the final round. Meanwhile, Videl fights Yamcha, I guess. Yamcha's gonna reclaim his spot. Ah. Uh-oh. Sorry, my capture card did a weird thing, so you might see a little lag. Hopefully, okay, it should be okay now.
Okay, come and get me.
I've had just
Gosh, how long have we been going at this point? 4 hours and 45 minutes. See, I might wind up in a scenario where it would make sense to have a Super Saiyan Raditz, but that's not a thing I can do. I can if I want to cheese it and make, like, Super Saiyan 3 Goku and say, oh, that's Raditz, but, like, that's a little cheesy.
Here it goes.
Wow, Videl really has to... I mean, like I said, we're in a timeline where Hercule is actually not bad, And so Videl is pretty dang good. Oh, Videl's making it to the finals.
This is all thanks to Gohan.
In the final match, Raditz faces his nephew's girlfriend, Videl. The daughter of the former champion versus the hero of the Earth. Raditz, the hero of the Earth. Actually, Gohan's the one who saved the Earth most right now, I think, maybe? He saved it from the last threat.
I'll show you a thing or two.
Time to put you in your place.
Goku is the hero of the Frieza arc. Who is the hero of the Android arc? I guess Yamcha?
See you! Here it goes!
Oh no, Videl!
I'm not giving up.
Videl fights well, but in the end, the winner and champion is Raditz! Yay, Raditz! Alright, cool. Jesus. Raditz is recognized as the strongest in the world. Popovich attacks Gohan. He's like, I need that Super Saiyan kid's power. And knowing that this is part of the plan, Raditz is like letting this happen, and has also told Videl the plan because he's like, this Videl girl's actually pretty strong. We could bring her with us.
I won't let you get
Whenever I
away
want
with
like
this.
a tournament setting area, but not like a ring out, I use Cell Games Arena. Wow, they sure are good at flying around.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, well.
Spopovich, if you keep up this silly attitude, you won't live long.
Plan fails because Spopovich is not strong enough to even beat Gohan without having to resort to his Super Saiyan power. So Spopovich retreats. And they decide maybe we can just follow him like this really discreetly. But the only person who's able to move discreetly enough to follow him in this state is Shinkai, who, yes, finds Babidi's whereabouts and alerts the others with his presence, but it will take them time to catch up to him. In the meantime, he must fight on his own against Babidi's... I mean, Spopovich is already weakened, so he just kind of blows him up there. But now he has to fight on his own against the other of Babidi's minions. Like the really powerful Dabura. That's what we're going with. They're not able to track him as a group. Supreme Kai has to go by himself, and then hopefully the others get to him in time. So Supreme Kai actually fights first, which is weird.
You will have the honor of witnessing my power.
Prepare to meet your end.
And the last time I ran this, man, Dabura like slaughtered everybody, because Dabura is very strong.
Here goes!
Yeah, not a very good choice there, Supreme Kai.
Yes! Here goes!
What's wrong?
Yikes.
No! No good!
Shin and Kibito are no match for Dabura, and they get defeated so quickly, it hasn't allowed the other warriors time to catch up with them. So, as a emergency resort, they fuse to stall for a little more time for the others to catch up. Yeesh.
I challenge you!
Prepare to meet your end. Ready? Fight!
Take this!
What?
Hold on!
Yeah! Got it!
Oh,
My power is quite obvious, isn't it?
although Kibito Kai is able to overcome Dabura, an even more terrifying minion of Babidi's appears. As it turns out, Vegeta had barely survived his encounter with Gohan, and was found by Babidi, who has sapped quite a bit of his power already, but also given him more power. You know, yeah, that makes sense. He told Vegeta to give in to him and under the promise of giving him the power he wished for. And yes, with the Majin power, he has managed to awaken Super Saiyan. And so now he's a minion of Babidi's. There we go. Not very well narrated, but that's the gist. Vegeta is just a regular Babidi minion like Dabura now, which he agreed to because he could achieve Super Saiyan power and also not die. But this will definitely be enough time for the others to catch up now, and then they can fight Majin and Vegeta together.
Take this! Take this!
Got it! Take this!
You're dead! Take this! Yeah?
Got it! Take this! No chance! Got it! I can't stop now!
While Kibito Kai is unable to overcome Majin Vegeta, he lasts long enough for the others to arrive, but warns Raditz that if Gohan were to get serious, a battle between two Super Saiyans would likely result in enough energy to reawaken Majin Buu. With that in mind, Raditz decides to take it on himself to fight Vegeta again.
You're going to die, fool!
We got Super Vegeta versus Raditz, who is not only the champion of the ring, but has also undergone lots of training.
You're dead!
Alright, good dodge. Raditz became the main hero of the story. to be a Super Saiyan.
Take this!
Defeat you now, Vegeta.
Behind you! Where are you?
They asked those questions in reverse. Behind you! Where are you? I said already, I'm behind you.
Take that! You'll regret it!
Ah, shoot. Ah, crud, Raditz. We were doing so good in the beginning.
Over here! Rats! Stay out of my way!
Whoa! It's gonna be close. Oh, but Raditz is a top-class warrior. Oh my god. Down to the wire. Oh. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
Now you understand the power of the Saiyans.
Holy shit! God! Man, Dabura and Majin Vegeta, my last run, just slaughtered everybody! Oh my god! Raditz overcomes Super Majin Vegeta! Leaving Babidi and his few minions remaining to try to get Gohan's energy themselves. If they're able to overcome Raditz, weakened from his battle with Majin Vegeta. If Raditz wins here, that's it. Majin Buu not revived. If Raditz loses, Babidi will go after Gohan, and if he beats Gohan, he'll suck enough energy to revive Majin Buu. And then we'll proceed with the Buu Saga. If Raditz wins right here, though, that's the end of the run.
So you plan on defying me?
This is possibly the final battle.
Your turn.
I slice to pieces.
Take this! Come out! Target sighted! Fire! Nice shot!
They never have to worry about Cell because they already destroyed Jiro's lab. So Babidi is the last threat here, unless he gets to revive Buu.
Come out! Target sighted! Fire! Nice shot! Oh! Behind you!
Not the final battle.
Target sighted! Fire! Nice shot!
Finish.
How could I get beat by this lowlife?
I'm gonna say Raditz lost because he was so weakened from his battle with Vegeta. It was barely a win. Babidi's minions are able to overwhelm him, and then Babidi just rushes after Gohan. If Gohan loses, so here's the idea. If Gohan loses, then he'll attempt to go Super Saiyan, but then, kind of like in the same fashion as Popovich, Babidi will just drain him there, and it will have enough energy to revive Buu. So it comes down to this, because if Babidi wins, he'll escape and revive Boo.
See if I've still got it.
But if Gohan
So you
wins,
plan on
he just
defying
kills Babidi and then Boo never gets revived. Babidi's got a really good start. Gohan, what are you doing?
All right, let's do it.
That's a little better.
Let's do it! It's my turn! Your turn!
Slice to pieces.
This will finish it. All right,
It's gonna be close.
let's do it.
Oh no! That won't defeat Gohan, but it's gonna be very close.
Nice shot!
Over here. Not done yet.
Oh, that's the end!
All right, I think I'm starting to get the hang of this again.
Although Babidi nearly saps Gohan's power, Gohan finishes him off before he can make his escape back to Boo. They prevent the revival of Majin Buu, and Supreme Kai thanks them, and they live happily ever after. Gohan and Videl get married and have a kid named Pan someday, and everything's all great, and Dragon Ball Super never happens because the characters aren't playable in this. So that is the end of this run. Wow! That was a very different one. So, to recap, and then I'm going to do a recap on Twitter after I cut off the stream. This is basically the end of the stream. Thank you so much for watching. But to recap, before we cut off totally, Bulma goes on an adventure to collect the Dragon Balls to wish for the perfect boyfriend. She meets Goku, they collect the Dragon Balls, make some other friends on the way, but in the end, because of Emperor Pilaf interfering, they wind up wishing for underwear instead, of course. Goku goes to train with Master Roshi, making a friend Krillin, and they train with Master Roshi for the National World Martial Arts Tournament. I don't know why I said national, it doesn't even make sense. They train for the World Martial Arts Tournament. And, the winner of the tournament winds up being Goku's old ally and rival Yamcha, who was just always strong and then kept training in his own style and became stronger and became the champion. Because neither Goku nor Krillin were ready to win the tournament, they continue training with Master Roshi. Meanwhile, an evil organization known as the Red Ribbon Army seeks out the Dragon Balls for world domination, competing with Emperor Pilaf, while Goku and Krillin train, and Yamcha lives in a life of excess with his girlfriend Bulma. The Red Ribbon Army is almost able to locate all the Dragon Balls, but are unable to locate one. And by hiring mercenary Tao to help, they defeat fortune teller Baba's crew to learn the whereabouts of the final ball and find it in the possession of Emperor Pilaf. They take on Emperor Pilaf, but are demolished. Emperor Pilaf destroys the Red Ribbon Army, including Mercenary Tau. Emperor Pilaf gathers the Dragon Balls and wishes to be the Emperor of the world. However, while Emperor, he brags about how he became the Emperor, including defeating the renowned Mercenary Tau. Master Shen of the Crane Hermit School, his older brother, catches wind of this and orders his disciples to kill the new Emperor Pilaf. And they do. Emperor Pilaf lives a very short-lived reign as ruler of the world after he's killed by Tien. Meanwhile, Tien and Chaozu have been training for the tournament, as well as Goku and Krillin, and they all meet at the tournament again. And this time, the winner is Krillin. Krillin has worked the hardest and becomes the champion. And yeah, there's no King Piccolo, so they just keep training for the next tournament in their own ways. And this time, Goku finally wins the tournament. Yay! Goku's the champion! Then, one day, an alien, Goku gets married to Chi-Chi and they have a son Gohan. And then one day, an alien comes and he claims he's Goku's brother, Raditz. And Goku beats him. Because Raditz is like, you're supposed to destroy the Earth and join me. And Goku's like, I don't want to destroy the Earth. And Raditz is like, then I'll make you. And then they fight. And Goku wins. And Raditz is like, please don't kill me. You're going to be killed anyway by the Galactic Overlord Frieza. He's going around, destroying planets like he did our home planet, and we are the Saiyans, and here's the whole history. And Goku is like, I understand. Well, if that's the case, why don't I just, why don't we use the Dragon Balls to wish Frieza dead? And Raditz is like, wait, what do you have? And then they find the Dragon Balls, and they try to wish Frieza dead or sealed, but because Frieza's so powerful, the dragon can't stop Frieza. So instead, Goku's like, well, what if I wish for the power to defeat Frieza? And the dragon's like, I can do that, and turns Goku into a Super Saiyan. And Raditz is like, oh my god, that's the one thing Frieza fears. We can beat him now. And he contacts Nappa and Vegeta and says, hey, I found Kakarot, and also he's a Super Saiyan. And Vegeta's like, what? And Raditz is like, we can totally take Frieza. And Vegeta's like, okay. So Vegeta and Nappa attack Frieza's nearest base and clear out most of the soldiers. And then Goku and Raditz arrive in time to finish off Dodoria. Then, together, they attack Frieza's ship, only to discover that the Ginyu Force has been dispatched to Earth, because now they're going to use the Dragon Balls to wish Frieza immortal. So they have to finish the fight quickly so that Goku can go save Earth. They managed to defeat Zarbon, and then with the combined efforts of Goku and Vegeta, managed to defeat Frieza. And then, back on Earth, the people on Earth have to fight the Ginyu Force. They're not doing so great at it. They all die, but Goku does make it back in time before the planet is totally overrun with the Ginyu Force. Raditz goes with him to Earth. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa decide to stay in space. Because Vegeta wants Goku to join him and conquer the galaxy as a Saiyan Empire, but Goku's like, no, I don't want to do that, and Vegeta's like, well, I'm really weakened from the fight, and also I can't beat the Super Saiyan, I don't think, so I'll let him go. And Raditz decides, I'm gonna join my brother. Man. So then... Goku and Raditz make it back to Earth in time to save it, and Goku defeats the Ginyu Force, but Ginyu swaps his body with Goku, but he's still able to beat his own Super Saiyan body within Ginyu's body, and when Ginyu tries body swapping again, with Raditz, Goku jumps in the way and gets back to his old body and finishes off Ginyu. Hooray! Everything's all great. They get the Dragon Balls and wish everyone back to life. and everything. And Raditz gets married to Bulma, and they have a kid named Trunks. And then Goku dies of a heart disease. And then one day, some androids appear that are actually remnants of the Red Ribbon Army, and they rehire Mercenary Tao, who was now a cyborg, along with Tien and Chaozu, to take over the world. But Goku's old friends, they're able to stop the androids, and however, Dr. Gero slips away from Raditz and reawakens as ultimate androids 17 and 18. Raditz and Gohan try their best, but are unable to overcome them on their own. But once Yamcha and Krillin catch up, they finish them off. And they destroy Gero's lab, so that no more androids reawaken. Years later, they decide to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament, because Gohan's an adult now, and he's never fought in a tournament, and he's also friends with Videl, who wants to go to the tournament to defeat the current martial arts champion, her dad. Trunks wins the junior division, and then one of the contestants that Raditz defeats in the tournament winds up being the Supreme Kai, who requests Raditz and Gohan's help to track down and defeat Buu. However, the minion that Babidi sent is very incompetent, and ultimately Raditz wins the tournament and becomes the champion. Then they are able to still track down Babidi's location, but only because of the Supreme Kai's instantaneous movement ability. He's able to kind of track down Spopovich, and by fusing with his companion Kibito, he's able to overcome one of Babidi's strongest minions, Dabura, all on his own, stalling for everyone else to catch up so they can help. He is, however, defeated by Vegeta, who has been revived by Babidi to serve as a minion of his, promising him power and putting him in a Super Saiyan state. However, Raditz is barely able to overcome Vegeta, and with the two of them out of commission, Babidi goes after Gohan, who is just able to finish off Babidi and the rest of his minions. And so the great threat Majin Buu never gets revived, and they live happily ever after. The end. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow for whatever I stream. Might be Paper Mario. Might do this again, because I really enjoy this, actually. See you then.